from the heart of where innovation, money, and power collide. In Silicon Valley and beyond, this is Bloomberg Technology with Emily Chang.
I'm Caroline Hyde, in for Emily Chang, and this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up in the next hour, we are live in Boise, Idaho. We're over at the Micron headquarters, my exclusive sit-down with the Micron CEO, Sanjay Malhotra, where we talk about all things chips, supply chain, and so much more. Plus, a look at how the global chip shortage is not only impacting Micron, but the real-world impacts it continues to have, and when it might finally ease. And President Biden is amping up Russia's sanctions, citing an invasion in Ukraine is underway. We'll bring you the latest from Washington. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but first we've got to get you a look at the markets because, well, once again, risk aversion amid geopolitical tensions. Ed Ludlow with the latest.
Yeah, definitely a risk-off day with Ukraine, Russia top of mind. You look at the S&P 500, the main gauge of US equities, off by 1%, down 10% from a January 3rd peak. So we're in correction territory now. NASDAQ 100 also down 1%, its lowest level since June. Fourth straight day of losses, the longest losing streak in a month. It kind of is adding up, Caroline. And of course, what was interesting is it was a choppy session after President Biden added to the voices globally and added sanctions to those taken by the European Union against Russia and Russian individuals. We saw stocks pair some of those losses, but eventually fall away to some significant degrees. You also see the US 10-year yield a little higher at 1.94%. And Bitcoin, you're seeing red on the screen now as we tick over into Wednesday's session, but we're actually higher, snapping 3 days of losses, of course, over that long holiday weekend. One of the really big movers on the day tied to the Ukraine-Russia tensions, nickel. Coming me into my Bloomberg terminal, look at this chart. The white line heading towards that $25,000 per ton. That's the London contract for nickel. And the supply, you can see the blue line coming down. Russia is one of the biggest exporters of nickel. So concerns are that sanctions could add to already stressed supply. Of course, nickel is such an important component in EV batteries, which is, of course, why I'm loving to talk about it. Really big move you see there on Tuesday. Let's talk a little bit big picture here about what investors feel about this whole situation. Bank of America out with a note on Tuesday saying that tech stocks are in purgatory, Caroline. We have rising rates, we have guidance misses, but ultimately the S&P 500 only has 0.1% sales exposure to Russia directly. We should be more worried about tech stocks and the outlook for that sector with the higher rates that are happening and also COVID-induced pain, some of the most sort of sought after stocks during the pandemic era now becoming unloved. So let's take this in stock. Yes, the situation's worrying, but investors really focus in the equity markets, at least, on that outlook for higher rates.
Yeah, still all about the Fed. Ed Ludlow, we thank you so much. Going to be checking him out in a minute. But first and foremost, let's get to really the geopolitical story of the day. President Biden announcing that the United States was ordering pretty heavy financial sanctions against Russian banks and oligarchs, declaring that Moscow had flagrantly violated international law by invading Ukraine. Now, Bloomberg's Emory joins us now with more. The perfect voice, a woman who understands Putin, Russia, and indeed the White House. Tell us a little bit about the reaction to what are perhaps not the toughest of sanctions yet.
Yeah, so on those sanctions, Caroline, that's correct. These aren't the toughest of sanctions, and the scope that they can dig in and push against on Russia. This is what the president called Tranche 1, echoing the words as well from UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So they're sanctioning 2 banks and also a number of individuals very close to the Kremlin, as well as sovereign debt. Now, the primary debt market was already sanctioned in Russia, so this would be the secondary debt market. But Caroline, on the diplomacy front, I want to bring you just some new information. We just had the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, speaking alongside his Ukrainian counterpart. And that meeting he was planned to attend at the end of next week with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, has been canceled. He has said that this is now that we see the invasion is beginning and Russia has made clear its wholesale rejection of diplomacy, it does not make sense to go forward with that meeting at this time. Blinken says they do want to remain a path open for diplomacy, but his words, only when Russia is serious about it.
Okay, so where's the path to be opened. What's the next step? Do we have to await some sort of words coming from Putin or indeed one of his team?
It's a great question, but prior to this meeting being scheduled, and it was being scheduled, was a caveat, and that was from the State Department saying we will only attend this meeting if there's no further invasion of Ukraine. And obviously, over the weekend, what we had from Russia is President Vladimir Putin recognizing Donetsk and Luhansk as separate states. Now, the United States says this goes and infringes upon the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. So I think at this moment, given the fact that the U.S. is saying this meeting is canceled, the ball now is in the Kremlin's court.
Indeed it is, and we wait and we watch, and the market implications thereof of energy prices, metal prices, gas prices, you name it. Bloomberg's Emory Hooden with the political angle to all of this. And we're going to have more of the corporate angle, in fact, because coming up, more of my exclusive interview with the Micron CEO. He's Sanjay Malhotra. We sat here in Boise, Idaho, in the R&D headquarters of Micron. We talked about, well, the state of global chip-making industry. In fact, how the exposure to Russia and Ukraine is impacting some of those supply chain bottlenecks already, of course, being sustained by the semiconductor industry. This is Bloomberg.
I will tell you that semiconductor supply chain is highly complex, highly intertwined. And, sometimes there can be other secondary suppliers of the suppliers. And these are the things that it's important that this situation de-escalates so that no surprises show up for anybody in the ecosystem.
Car makers slashed production. PlayStations became impossible to find. Even everyday appliances were on backorder. These phenomena all had a similar cause, an abrupt and cascading shortage of semiconductors. So what caused the shortfall? The stay-at-home shift triggered by the pandemic rearranged supply and demand. When certain businesses shut down, suppliers started to direct chips to phone and computer makers. Then, when the economy started to reopen, industries like automakers that had cut back on orders then rushed to re-up. The supply chain and capacity could not meet this surge in demand.
COVID caused everybody to step back a bit from capacity and build out in the supply chain of the industry, and it induced a radical increase in demand. So you have supply chains scaling back a bit and demand scaling up radically. Wow, and now we're in a position that there's a meaningful shortage.
This race for chips led to skyrocketing lead times, with the time gap between ordering a chip and delivery hitting records. In response, chip makers are now competing to play catch-up, and in the process, spending big bucks to increase capacity.
I would say it's a competitive world, and we're going to be very competitive in the process.
Micron is set to spend as much as $12 billion on new plants and equipment this fiscal year, part of a broader $150 billion spending plan. Intel, it unveiled a plan to invest as much as $28 billion, including fabs in the US. While in Asia, TSMC has a budget of as much as $40 billion for capacity expansion. With hundreds of billions of dollars at stake in the coming years, the global race to expand production is in full effect. Some executives say that despite all this money and effort, it still may not be enough to equal demand.
I think for the better part of the next 4 to 5 years, our industry, including global foundries, will be chasing the ability to put capacity online to meet not only the demand that's in front of us today, but the growing demand.
As companies go all in and move their chips to the center of the table, global investors are placing bets on who will prevail in the coming decade.
And I got to extend that conversation on all things supply chain to do with chips with Micron CEO Sanjay Malhotra right here at the company's headquarters in Boise, Idaho. And we spoke about everything from the chip crisis to supply chain issues to innovation and the 49,000 patents that they have here. And I asked him if there was a light in particular to do with supply chain headaches at the end of the tunnel. Here's what he had to say.
So with respect to our own supply chain operations during the period of COVID over the last 2 years, what has been demonstrated is that a lot of the work that we were doing pre-COVID as well, in terms of building redundancy in our supply chain, deep analytics, again, working on our suppliers and their suppliers, and making sure that we have capacity, that all that work served us well. Of course, the COVID presented unprecedented level of challenges for everybody, and our teams were extremely agile and adaptive in terms of responding to those challenges. And I'm very proud of our global supply chain operations in how they tackled those and largely have been able to meet the demand sufficiently well and manage the mix and continuing to work with our suppliers. Regarding the current situation, what I would say is that when we were coming into the year, we certainly expected that supply chain shortages will continue to improve during the course of the year for non-memory components that we procure from other suppliers. While we see that many areas of those components, we are continuing to see improvements in certain categories of those components, the rate of improvement is behind what we were hoping for. However, we will, of course, continuing to work with our suppliers, with our partners to have them increase our supply to meet the demand. So some of these supply chain shortages in the industry, these are phenomena that are common to the industry, I believe will continue to improve through the year in many areas, while they may continue to have challenges in certain other areas. And there's a lot of focus in the entire ecosystem on the part of the industry to continue to address these situations.
Because so many of the fabs have been running at full pelt. They needed to meet demand. And I think of NAND production that's recently been hit in the memory space by contamination within a US manufacturer. Do you think that these incidents might continue to occur? Do you worry that prices many felt prices would fall for chips coming into the end of the year? Will they actually rise, do you think?
So, Micron is a great example of world's leading semiconductor memory technology and production. What you're seeing here in this Boise site is world's leading R&D facility. And from here, we fuel new technologies that go into production at our sites worldwide, including in Japan, in Taiwan, in Singapore, and of course, here in the US as well. So what's important is to realize that, with the example that you gave of other suppliers of NAND memory who have recently been hit with certain production challenges, what's important to realize is that, again, semiconductor production, as you saw in the tour today, is highly complex. Let me just give you an example. We produce several million wafers a year for our semiconductor memory and storage products. Our engineers are working around the clock, of course, with deep data analytics technologies involved as well, to, in a very productively paranoid, and absolutely tremendous attention to detail to monitor many, many parameters. Let me just give you an example. We have about 230 million parameters that are being controlled, constantly monitored at all times in our production across the fabs. This is what is needed to absolutely make sure that the production runs uninterrupted, and our teams have done an amazing job in this regard.
What about your work with the government? I know you're a man who has been speaking to the Commerce Secretary, to the administration. They see the supply chain issues, and they want to bring it closer to the home. They want to make sure manufacturing is back in the United States. They're offering about $50 billion, for example. Is that enough to make you build once again in the US even more? I know you're already in Virginia, you're expanding here where we sit, but will it make the US a powerhouse again? Yeah.
Micron is investing in terms of really building the future of memory. The leading edge technologies are being developed right here in this R&D facilities. Micron is leading with respect to DRAM and NAND technology. We are ahead in production with those most advanced technologies versus any other competitor. So really very proud of the work that gets produced here and is taken into production in other sites. I'm also highly appreciative of the work that President Biden's administration is doing. Secretary Raimondo is championing, and of course, having bipartisan support in Congress as well for securing the long-term leadership in semiconductor research, as well as bolstering semiconductor manufacturing here in the US through CHIPS Acts and investment tax credits. The $50 billion that you talked about is a good start. And we, of course, have to get it across the finish line. But then, in the longer term, more will have to be supported. It is critically important, just as COVID has shown, that we need to have resilient supply chain, diversified supply chain, and manufacturing footprint in the US would be important. We have announced a plan for more than $150 billion investments over 10 years.
But how much here?
In leading edge R&D and manufacturing around the globe. And of course, what will be important is to have the necessary support from government to overcome the up to 45% cost difference that exists versus Asia production. And of course, Micron has been investing here in leading edge R&D. I mean, this facility that you're seeing here and the tools, most advanced tools that will go into this facility to drive innovation forward will be, quickly adding up to $1 billion here in the US itself. Yeah. And we are investing at record level in CapEx in our fiscal year 22 around our global sites.
Micron CEO there, Sanjay Malhotra. And a little later, I'll be joined live by a VP of Micron's DRAM process integration. You do not want to miss that conversation. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll stay in Boise. We're going to talk about, the tech startup scene right here. Mike Self's going to be with us. Stage.O Ventures. That's next. This is Bloomberg. I'm Caroline Hyde in Boise, Idaho, and the Micron headquarters. And we want to talk a little bit more about, the tech scene, the evolving venture capital space that is currently building in places just like Boise, away from Silicon Valley and perhaps away from New York, and instead finding slightly cheaper homes, maybe. I want to bring in Mike Self for this. He is, the co-founder. He's also the managing partner at Stage.O Ventures, an early-stage venture capital firm with an office that is right here in Boise. Talk to us about, Mike, what attracted you first and foremost? Why bring the capital to this ecosystem?
Hi, Caroline. Thanks for having us on, and welcome to Idaho. Our first fund was actually in Seattle, and we were geographically agnostic. We invested really across the country. And one of the things that we noticed in investing in big major tech hubs was it started to become a bit cost prohibitive. And so we started exploring some of the Mountain West cities, and we started in Boise and Idaho, and quite frankly, never left. We really found the strength of the region was really the intellectual capital that was already here. And there was almost an underground railroad of sorts of folks that were commuting from Silicon Valley, but living here in Idaho. And so the combination of that, and then if you do any sort of analysis of what created tech hubs in the past, the HPs of the world created Silicon Valley. Microsoft helped create the tech ecosystem in Seattle, Dell in Austin, and so on and so forth. And we have Micron right here in Idaho. And so that was one of the important characteristics for us to come. And then lastly, with Governor Little's leadership, it really provided a great and stable business environment for us to come and build companies. And when you're in venture, you need to think 10 and 20 years out.
So talk to us about, 2 funds, 23 investments, if that's still up to date. What sort of companies are being built here that really stand head and shoulders above the rest?
Yeah, so we focus on, our focus is in getting companies from commercialization funded through healthy Series A and Series B investments. And so if you can do that, then you have a really good chance for success for our entrepreneurs. And so really kind of the same companies that you're seeing in other large established tech ecosystems can be built right here in Idaho, from cybersecurity companies like Plextrack, for example, that just raised a $70 million round led by Insight Partners out of New York, all the way to fintech companies AI, auto finance companies, kind of the same broad swath that you'll find in bigger tech ecosystems. Entrepreneurs are either here and want to start those companies or are reaching out and are willing to move here to start their companies. So it's really an exciting time for Idaho.
And is the tech talent coming here? Is it being bred here? Because there's a lot of academia right here in Boise.
Yeah, it's really a combination of both. We came here in 2018, and we were just impressed with the folks that were already here. We certainly could not have predicted the pandemic, but that certainly has helped. I like to say that Idaho used to be a flyover state. I think it's now a fly-to state. We've had entrepreneurs that have moved here and are thriving here, and it's a great combination of finding intellectual capital and an affordable place to be able to grow your business.
Mike, talk to us about the affordability, because as we've seen with COVID, suddenly places like Austin, like Boise are, well, becoming more expensive. Does that at any point become a hindrance, or for now is it okay?
Yeah, look, it's caught up over the last 24 months. I think that the delta change from Salt Lake, San Francisco, Seattle to Boise has changed. I mean, real estate's been as hot here as anywhere in the country. But on a relative standpoint, your day-to-day living and what it takes to start a business and grow a business, it's still very advantageous to be here. And it's not just a cost arbitrage and why you should start your company in Idaho. It's about, you're providing a great place for employees to be able to have a nice work-life balance. And we really view Idaho as kind of being an intersection geographically in between the Pacific Northwest, Silicon Valley, and the rest of the Mountain West. It's a 30-minute flight to Salt Lake. It's an hour and a half to San Francisco and an hour to Seattle. So we see the growth here just accelerating. So it's not just a overall cost arbitrage.
What do you think about now more VC coming as well? You got the startups. Is more venture capital going to be bred here too?
Yeah, we're hoping so. We've said that if we're the only ones here, 10 years from now, we haven't done our job. So, we have a very specific strategy where we invest in by practitioner for practitioner entrepreneurs. And so, we definitely need more to continue to build the ecosystem here. And look, we think that that's happening. When you see Andreessen Horowitz, when you see Bessemer, when you see Insight Partners, when you see Madrona coming here and writing sizable checks in the region, that really helps get the flywheel going, and not only for the entrepreneurs but for other VCs. So we're hoping that we have more competition here really soon, and we think that that's coming.
Flywheel to the fly too. We thank you, Mike Self, co-founder, managing partner at Stage.O Ventures. Really great to have some time with you, talking all things VC in Boise. Meanwhile, coming up, I'm going to be joined by Thi Tran. She's the VP of Micron's DRAM process integration. We're going to talk about, the technological innovation that's happening right here, right now. I've seen the lists of the patents that are being built, on average 3 per day coming out of Micron. So we're going to talk about her nearly 30 years in the business to help inspire also the next generation of female innovators in particular. Plus later, the mayor of Boise, Lauren McLean, my conversation with her on a boom of job creation in the city. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Technology. I'm Caroline Hyde in Boise, Idaho today at the headquarters of Micron Technology. Now let's get back to the markets and to check on the day's, chip news in particular. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow standing by.
Yeah, we got to. And actually, if you look across the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, Caroline, there's only one name on Tuesday that was really in the green, and that was Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, up 1.6%, while the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index fared slightly better than the broader market, down 0.8 of 1%, but still down nonetheless. Why? Bernstein turning bullish on this stock for the first time in a decade, bringing an outperform rating from a market perform rating at a price target of $150. They basically said, we got it wrong. We were late to the game. And of course, there was another milestone closed with that 1.6% gain. AMD closed with a market value of $188.3 billion. Why is that significant? Bring up the next board, because it gives it a market cap greater than Intel. And this has really been the story. The orange line, AMD, really outperforming Intel over the last 12 months or so. Why? Because it's also outperformed in the industry, stealing market share in that highly competitive server chip space. And it's definitely a stock that analysts have favored. They say this is one to watch, and Bernstein finally coming around. There is this bigger picture, though, that we spoke about earlier with tech stocks, right? Semiconductors, just like some of their software cousins in the tech sector, suffer from this idea of stretched valuations. But Bernstein actually saying that AMD is relatively cheap. If you look at how the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index has performed year to date relative to the S&P 500 or even the NASDAQ 100, you can see there the orange line, the S&P 500, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, or SOX, the white line, has really underperformed. But you have to remember, it had such incredible outperformance in 2021, such a big run-up. But AMD, one of the winners on Tuesday.
Ed, great breakdown. Thank you. And we want to keep on the subject of more winners in the chip space. And we want to be talking now about the focus on memory chips, because, of course, we're sat here in Micron, and I'm joined now by the Vice President of Micron's DRAM process integration. It's T. Tran. It's great to have some time with you, T. And where Micron has managed to dominate and survived and become one of the few, well, it's an oligopoly now, is within the memory space, is within DRAM. What is it now that you're doing to differentiate yourself? Because everyone says it's commoditized space, but it's not, right?
Exactly. So we basically develop our memory technology to be industry leaders in both DRAM and NAND flash memory. And we do that to provide a wide flexibility for product portfolio. And we continue to shrink so that we can reduce the cost and increase the density of our memory chips.
And I've just been inside some of your fab here, R&D fab, which is phenomenal. I mean, I got in my bunny suit, I went around to keep it clean, and the machinery that is needed to, just talking about, what is it, sort of 60 or 600 different chemicals, different gases that are needed to produce this tiny piece of wafer. Just talk to us about the intricacies involved in continuing to shrink semiconductors.
Yes, absolutely. It's gotten to be so complex that, it's over thousands of steps, and we basically use almost all of the elements on the periodic table. And, my team takes it from paper studies to, defining the structural dimensions, the physical dimensions, and the electrical requirements to meet the customer requirements for market demands. And it's basically, if you think about building billions of Lego chips, right, and trying to build an Empire State Building out of that, and we do this day in, day out, and virtually defect-free. So it's incredible the innovation that's required to, innovate from the process development standpoint, using new materials and the most advanced tools possible. To basically meet all of the demand that's out there.
Talk to us about that demand. Where indeed is it coming from? I hear a lot about data centers, a lot about autos, but everyone, I feel, there's always a cynical analyst going, this is the same as before, it'll be a boom and then there'll be a bust. But fundamentally, has the demand picture changed to stop that happening?
Actually, if you think about our daily lives, right, without memory, I think life would come to a screeching halt. Memory is in everything we use, and some of the trends show that, besides the data centers and, enterprise storage applications, the advanced automotive applications require AI, requires machine learning, and we basically, have to have enough, faster memory, more density to store all that data. And applying new technologies like 5G and IoT to leverage that data and put more value to it. So we'll always need more edge computing, cloud computing. And if you really want to hit it home, we basically, with the video calls, work from home, all the infotainment that we need memory for, and gaming and even telemedicine, it's you can never have enough memory.
Okay, so you feel the demand picture is very solid. What about, therefore, we had a long discussion about supply chain, the intricacies therein with Sanjay earlier, but what about the talent pipeline to feed that? Because we sit here and see that you're beefing up your infrastructure on the ground. There's talk, of course, about the United States wanting to ensure that people are building more fabs locally. But what about the talent to go in those fabs? Is that being built up enough in the United States?
The talent needs more help from all the way back to all the STEM programs from elementary all the way through high school and higher education. We being good corporate citizens, companies also need to not only provide the funding but also sponsor and provide mentorship programs for these programs that help also underprivileged, people to.
I know that's something that you're very passionate about.
Yeah.
You didn't have the most obvious route to becoming a senior executive at a huge company based in the United States. Talk to us a little bit about your journey.
Yes, my journey from refugee to VP at Micron Technology is a story of survival, resilience, and really living the American dream. My father, after the Vietnam War ended, my father was imprisoned by the communist government for 10 years. So we had to escape from Vietnam. We tried 3 times and finally survived Thai pirates and harrowing storms to make it to Thailand. Lived in a refugee camp and before we made it to the US. And in terms of resilience, we started from scratch, held multiple jobs at 6 paper routes and I don't know how many jobs during high school and college. But we managed to survive and turn setbacks into comebacks. And electrical engineering was really my ticket out of poverty. It started as a practical decision, but along the way I learned to hone my craft and really find my groove, especially when I started at Micron. And I'm like in the zone when it comes to semiconductor. I lead a very talented team, so I'm very grateful to be where I am today, and for the people that have helped me throughout my career.
A really powerful story. What do the rest of your colleagues and the talented team you have look like? Because I note that Sanjay himself coming from India, you coming from outside of the US, how are you making sure that the talent pool here is so rich, so diverse, and doesn't look like what a lot of people envisage Silicon Valley to look like?
Well, talent attracts talent. So, we have already a talented team here. It's a global team, but we also have a lot of technology development talent here in Boise. We, in order to attract talent, we need to also offer opportunities for growth and leadership and, our innovative prowess, as you probably saw with our patent wall, over 48,500 patents, to date. So, we foster an environment with innovation where people strive, and really thrive in terms of their career development.
T, it's been great speaking with you. Thank you so much. T. Tran, VP of Micron. What a story. Meanwhile, coming up, I sit down with Boise's mayor, Lauren McLean, to talk about all of this, particularly talent, chip making, bringing jobs to the city, and how else it's affecting the city of Boise. More on that next. This is Bloomberg. I'm Caroline Hyde here in Boise, Idaho at the Micron headquarters. Let's take a look at crypto markets now for our crypto report. Bloomberg's Shonali Basak, take it away.
Thanks, Caroline. Let's take a look at where crypto prices have gone first over the last day or so, because we did start to get a little bit of lift in crypto prices over one day after 5 straight days of declines. But if you take a look at that price, that still has not breached $38,000 and is still on the decline right now, down over the last 2 days still. And so even with the most recent bid, you're not seeing much of a rise. If you take a look also at the drawdown we've seen in Bitcoin, you're seeing that not only have you had a 10-day decline here over the last 10 days of Bitcoin trading, you have had a significant drawdown from last year over the highs of Bitcoin. You have gotten from almost $70,000, more than $67,000, to a 44% drawdown. Let's flip up the screen here and take a look at just what that means. The drawdown now is not the worst that we've seen it in the last year, Caroline, but it is among the worst that we've seen from those highs that we were talking about just a moment ago. So let's see if this means that we're close to hitting a floor, or if there will be a ways to go as risk starts to wean off of markets.
Talking technicals, Shonali Basak, we love it. Thank you so much on the crypto update. Meanwhile, let's get you back up to date with Boise, because right here in Idaho, my colleagues, Taylor Riggs, Romaine Bostic, and I managed to have a good chat with the mayor, Lauren McLean, about how the chip industry and rising tech scene is affecting, well, the city's job market. Take a listen.
What we've done here in Boise throughout the last 2 decades is create a community that welcomes everyone and supports a technology sector that makes those jobs available. In fact, I moved here right out of college. So this is the one home that I've had as an adult, and it was the technology space that recruited my husband and I to move here. And as has been mentioned, the last 20 years, just as Micron's grown, the technology sector has grown here as well.
Well, give us a sense here, Mayor, for those of us who aren't all that familiar with Boise here. What's the attraction for companies like that? What's the attraction for employees to come there? Why are they choosing there versus other sort of major coastal hubs?
Well, we have a community that really welcomes everyone, and Micron in particular has helped lead the way when it comes to creating an inclusive and diverse community. We've got a great landscape with a beautiful, clean river, open space for folks to enjoy, but importantly, growing economic opportunity as the tech space in particular continues to grow, whether it be small companies that started out in the last 10 years, have grown or been acquired, or companies that have grown right alongside the city like Micron in the last 20 years.
We've been speaking to Micron, we've been speaking to Clearwater, for example, as well, one that's been growing here. I just flew into Boise Airport. It's great, fantastic infrastructure, but is it enough? When you start to see more and more people coming, when you see that suddenly they're all racing for homes, when we're looking stress on hospitals and the like, what are you doing to ensure that the standard of living people who are so used to here remains intact?
You know, Boiseans have always valued investing. In fact, just this last fall, we passed a massive water bond to make sure that our water remains clean, that we can grow and create the infrastructure we need. In fact, are piloting a clean water and water renewal project with Micron in particular. Housing is really important. Just as every community around the country is grappling with the rising cost of housing, we're remaining focused on making sure we've got great education, good workforce, partnership with business and industry helping us address affordability, and then creating the economic opportunity of the future to support the residents that are here, and then of course welcome more that are coming.
Talk to us then about the balance sheet, the fundamentals of a city. Rising property taxes and sales taxes can certainly help, but you also are known for being one of the lower tax states. How are you thinking about financing this and balancing a budget?
Sure. Well, we in Idaho, and particularly in Boise, pride ourselves with great financial management. And our budget can only grow a certain amount every year. And we prioritize investments that keep the level of quality of life and the level of service that our residents come to expect in that budgeting. Of course, we have to work with private industry, other agencies, and the state to do what's needed to address affordability, to support workforce development, to make sure our kids are educated well and prepped for STEM jobs of the future, all while doing what Idahoans do well, which is budget soundly.
1 Boise Mayor there, Lauren McLean. Great to have some time with her. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to be discussing the chip shortage a little bit more, which just isn't going away anytime soon, at least not according to my next guests, when the crunch could calm and help ease supply chain concerns as well. That's next. This is Bloomberg. I'm Caroline Hyde in Boise at the headquarters of Micron, and I want to continue our ongoing conversation. We've actually been having it for about 4 hours now about supply chain issues, the chip crunch. I want to welcome Joanne Feeney. She's a partner at Advisors Capital Management, friend of the show and a portfolio manager, of course. Also joined by Bloomberg's Ian King, who covers all things chips for us, has helped educate me as to what is necessary to potentially look through what is right now a supply chain headache that doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. Ian, talk to us first and foremost about why some thought 2022 would be the time that prices would fall off, that we'd actually start to see maybe a right sizing of supply demand, but it doesn't seem to be happening quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, it really does depend who you speak to and which sector you're talking about. You know, a lot of the industry had said second half of 2022 things begin to get better. But then we're hearing, you know, a lot of talk about people saying, well, perhaps we don't get back to balance in certain products until 2023. A lot of that has to do with who you are and what you're asking for. And I think a lot of people will point to the automotive industry as being the biggest victims because, frankly, they were late to realize that they had a problem, and they were late and they had to join sort of the end of the queue to get what they needed.
Joanne, your take as an investor about the boom-bust cycle, because right now we're hearing this call not only from the administration looking to see government putting billions, 50 billion to work to incentivize companies to build supply here in the United States, but already people looking at what's going to come on tap by 2023. Are we going to see a sudden flood of supply? Are we once again going to go back into the boom-bust cycle of previous?
Yeah, great question, Caroline, and hello, and hi, Ian. Nice to see you again. You know, clearly we are still at a point where demand is far outstripping supply, and that's simply because it takes a long time to build these fabs. This middle of this year, we're going to have more fabs come online, so we'll start to see the supply that is needed. But yeah, it looks like the real influx of supply as those fabs ramp up isn't going to be until 2023. Whether that leads to a bust, I think at this point is pretty unlikely. If you look at how many cars are being produced relative to pre-pandemic, we're still well below that number. And then add to that the fact that content per car has risen. And then you take that and you spread it around the rest of the economy, whether it's in, you know, households and the amount of chips there, medical equipment, factory automation, the use of robotics. I mean, there's just such a big increase in content that I think it's going to take actually quite a long time for supply to catch up to demand. And, you know, so I don't anticipate a bust anytime soon. The subsidy from the U.S. government could complicate matters because that means that the industry is going to be bigger than they would be if left to their own devices. And that does mean overcapacity at some point, but it's going to take a number of years before we get to that.
Ian, this is, of course, the overcapacity that many know and understand and that companies desperately try to fine-tune and avoid. But from your perspective, with the government incentives that are being talked of, will you see a shift towards at least more supply being grown in the United States? Will we see less risk to supply chains going forward as we've had in the past?
Well, I mean, that is the argument being made by executives who essentially want government to help subsidize their expansion plans. Makes complete sense that you would ring that bell and get the attention of politicians, get them behind that. But when you actually look at the amount of money being deployed and whether that will ultimately have the kind of impact that the politicians are hoping for, it remains to be seen. I mean, just compare the numbers, right? 52 billion from the US over 5 years versus 40 billion being budgeted by TSMC alone this year. That gives you an example of really how little the national governments are deploying in terms of capital. And really, tells you that they probably don't understand the long-term sort of requirements and commitments that are needed.
Joanne, to that point, the investment decision you therefore make, do you want to be investing in companies that are maybe taking on short-term incentives but longer-term less economic sense than producing out of Asia?
Yeah, Ian's exactly right. It's not going to be a big incremental addition. And moreover, the subsidies to the companies to build these fabs means that their depreciation costs will be lower than otherwise. So they'll have a little bit of a buffer. And probably even more importantly is how the industry has changed over the last decade or so, right? The chips are used now in a much wider variety of locations. And so it tends to be less cyclical than it was primarily PCs and servers. So that helps to smooth out some of the cyclical, problems that we've run into in the past with this industry. And, even beyond that, just think about, again, that rise in content that's coming. I don't think the US subsidy is really going to add all that much. Again, on the margin, yeah, we'll probably get a little extra capacity. It'll be in the US, but that's also not going to eliminate the risk of shortages. Look what happened this time around. It was the auto sector that chose to cancel their orders because they thought demand for cars was going to go away at the beginning of the pandemic. That led to their shortage problem. They couldn't get back in line fast enough. And so, and the big shock of how behavior changed because of COVID, that really increased the demand for everything with chips in it. Those shocks can happen no matter what the government does. But having a bit more reliance on U.S. factors at least will limit our exposure potentially to some political risks that are out.
Well said. I mean, if COVID has taught us anything and geopolitics continues to, it's diversification that you want in terms of your supply chain. Joanne Feeney, we thank you so much, Advisors Capital Management, and of course our own Ian King of Bloomberg News. Thank you both. Now that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. But tomorrow we're going to be talking to Jonathan Johnson, CEO of Overstock, and along with Jeff Lawson, co-founder and CEO of Twilio.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
But let's start with Chelsea, and they took a big step towards the Champions League quarter-final, but once again, Romelu Lukaku is the main talking point. He was left on the bench for the game against Lille.
Yeah, increasing scrutiny over his form, and Thomas Tuchel took him out of the firing line, claiming that his striker was physically and mentally tired. But Tuchel himself became increasingly agitated at the number of questions on Lukaku.
Was not the moment after the match where everybody was focused on the few touches that he had to put him right away into the next fire. It was the moment to take a step back. That was the decision, and that's it. But you can clearly see. I mean, we have now a strong win. We had a strong performance. It was a tough match, and almost every question is about Romelu. So the focus is huge. Romelu struggled in the last games a little bit to deliver that. That's what I meant when I said I felt him a bit tired. Not only mentally tired, but also physically tired. There are like 9 other players who did not play, and we should never forget that we consider this sport a team sport. And this is it, and then the 11 guys who play do everything to commit fully to what we plan and to commit fully to their teammates. And the guys from the bench have to do the same, and this is how it works, especially at Chelsea and especially for us, and this is how we win football games. For Sunday we have 4 days to decide and to recover, and of course he has every chance to play.
patience has finally run out, James. I have no more patience. The feel around the fans, every time I go to Stamford Bridge, it's so negative. I haven't heard anything positive surrounding Romelu Lukaku, and it's quite sad because at the start of the season, like you said, he was firing. He was absolutely fine. We don't know what happened, where it went downhill. Came back from injury, didn't surprise us. He came back from a Sky Italia interview that was not sanctioned, and it shouldn't have happened, and he still hasn't given that apology performance yet. So it's a bit toxic in the ground, I won't lie to you. Especially against Plymouth, that was the last time I was there before the Lille match. A lot of fans were screaming for Romelu to just do something, to kind of just move on the ball a little bit, and he didn't give us that.
The game against Liverpool, we're going to find out if Lukaku starts that game. If he doesn't, that's, I mean, incredibly glaring. At the moment, it's just squad rotation. But I think as we go on, and I did a live stream on it yesterday, and the big question I was saying is, what is the best front three for Chelsea now? And is he in it? And I think at the moment, he's not. And this is Chelsea. They spend a lot of money on strikers, and they don't always play them. So this is a really strange time for Romelu Lukaku.
Well, it remains to be seen if Lukaku will be recalled on Sunday for the EFL Cup final against Liverpool. Kai Havertz was the man who filled in at striker last night, and what a performance it was from him.
Yeah, he scored Chelsea's first with a thumping header, and Tuchel was equally impressed with his defensive work.
For Kai, I'm very pleased because Kai is very, very strong since weeks now, and he really steps up in the game. The effort is immense. The work rate is immense. The volume, the areas of the pitch that he covers for us is very, very good. He was again decisive. He created chances, was involved, and he's never shy of defending.
So yeah, Havertz defending from the front, helping to contribute to a 39th clean sheet since Tuchel took over. Actually, get this. That is 9 more than any other team in Europe's top 5 leagues in that same period of time since Tuchel got the job.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. One man instrumental to that record is N'Golo Kante, who Tuchel believes finally returned to his best form last night.
Let's say it was not building up in the last weeks. He had some problems to find his strengths and his rhythm after his injury and after he was out for some games, but today he was back on top level, got better every minute throughout the game, and instantly it has a huge impact. But this is not a surprise. I mean, we were waiting for it since like I said, since some games now. And today he found his rhythm and was a huge impact and absolutely top performance.
Well, that top performance was rewarded with man of the match. Kante has now won the award in his last 4 Champions League knockout matches, including both semi-final legs and the final of last season. Big Kante smile. 2-0 win for Chelsea. Not always a comfortable night for Tuchel, though. He was shouting instructions to his players from the touchline, and his chewing gum fell out of his mouth. Oh, no.
I was shouting and chewing at the same time, which is like obviously not a combination. Normally I catch it, but I did not catch it today. So you have something to laugh about.
Hello and welcome back to another segment of the LB Show. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the Orange Bloods Texas YouTube channel. Today's exciting because Lauren asked for some questions on her Instagram story and she got tons. Y'all really love Lauren. She got got a lot of questions. So we're going to just be going through them. I have them on my phone, and she's just going to answer as many as she can. We might need to do a part 2, but we'll see. You ready?
All right, let's get into it.
Have you ever answered these questions on your own?
I've done some in the past. Back when I took the RV on a very long drive from Texas to Oregon, I went and I did like a Q&A because I was pretty bored, but not really actually. So it'll be fun. I'm interested to see what everyone asked.
Okay. I filtered some out, obviously, but it'll still be interesting. Okay, first one. Are you ready to play the series in Stillwater?
Yes, Stillwater is a really fun place to play. It's Oklahoma State. It's a tough environment, tough crowd, but it's also fun to play against a crowd. I'd rather play in front of people cheering against me than not cheering at all. So yes.
Okay. How is your day going?
My day's going good. Yeah, so far so good. It's an off day.
Okay. Okay. That always makes it go good.
Yeah.
All right. What made you realize that you wanted to continue to play for Coach White at UT?
I have a lot of trust in Coach White. I've played for him since I was 7. So I think that relationship and that connection just made me feel comfortable with transferring to Texas.
Okay. This one asks, how many bombs are you going to get this year? Are bombs, this is something you didn't teach me. What are bombs?
I'm sorry. I'll take full accountability. Bombs is a home run. Okay. You know, I'll get like 3 a season, not too much of a power hitter, but let's aim for 5 this season. Really pushing it, getting crazy.
Getting crazy. Okay. Favorite baseball team?
Favorite baseball team, Texas. They're the best.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to let you have that one because I think they asked MLB later. So we're going to, yeah. Okay. Texas favorite baseball team. Someone asked, are you single?
I am single.
Okay, period. All right. See, this is like me learning more about my athletes too. I know nothing about you guys. So I'm really like, they're asking a question so I don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Best barbecue in Texas.
Oh, I like Terry Black's barbecue, except the line is always super long, but that's definitely my favorite place.
The line is very long.
And the first time I went there, it was hot and I was just sweating so bad, like before you even get into the building, which kind of made the experience a little bit less great, but still good food.
I understand. We would take our recruits to Terry Black's. Usually when we would only have like 1 or 2 recruits, not a lot, we would always take them to Terry Black's. I hated it because it's just the commute to get all the way to, I don't even remember where that is anymore.
It's right across from Zilker Park.
Zilker, yes. And Barton Road, yeah. The commute to get over there was annoying because it's right in the middle of the city. And then there was a long line, which means that there's no parking. Not a good experience.
But the food's still 10 out of 10.
Okay, 10 out of 10. How do you try out for the Olympic team? And do you intend to try out?
The Olympic team, it's the U.S. team, and I think it's invite only. But I'm sure that you could go and just be like an open tryout, but I'm pretty sure that if you're going to try out, it's normally because you have an invite, but I don't plan to try out or play for the Olympic team. I don't know if my skill set matches up, but I would love to if I ever had the opportunity, but I'm just a supporter as of right now.
Yeah. And it says advice on how to handle not getting as much playing time.
Oh, that's a good one. So I actually didn't start the first 2 games in Florida. And it's a hard position to be in. Obviously, everyone's putting in that work and they want to be getting the playing time, but you have to embrace your role and you have to be the best teammate you can be. If you're not getting the playing time, accept that and reflect on what you could be doing to either push your teammates or to earn that spot. It's competitive, it's supposed to be, and that makes it fun. It's going to raise the standard for the entire team. But yeah, I mean, if you're not playing, take it, point the finger back at yourself and recognize what you could be doing better to get back in that starting 9. So get back to work, take some film of yourself, reflect on what you could do better, and just continue to grow.
That's great advice. What size is your bat?
34, drop 9. You probably don't know what that means. 34 is like the length and drop 9 is the weight.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And how do you decide like what size bat you have?
Our whole team just about swings 34, drop 8 or drop 9. The lower the drop, so if it's drop 8, it's heavier, and a heavier bat makes the ball go further, but you have to be strong enough to do that. So I like to just use a drop 9. In high school, I used to use a drop 10, which is lighter, but just personal preference, really. You swing whatever feels comfortable.
Oh, wow, okay. How many years have you been playing softball total?
Since I was 7. So I don't even know the math on top of my head, but it's been a long time.
That's kind of like me in track. I've been running since I was 7. Well, now I'm done, but
it's almost like as long as I can remember, I've always done it. It's just kind of like a part of me at this point.
Yeah, understandable. Favorite burger spot?
Ooh, favorite burger spot. I don't really go for a burger very often. I don't know why. I just don't, but I'll say Whataburger because I think that's the Texas thing that I'm supposed to say. So I'll give.
Is In-N-Out actually good to you?
Does a burger sound good?
No, does In-N-Out burger?
I like In-N-Out in California, but it's only because I'm from Oregon and we used to road trip down for spring break and stuff. And that was like the highlight of the trip was stopping at In-N-Out. But I don't really ever think it's all that great anymore. But the environment's cool. It's like a popular restaurant to go to, but
it is popular. It's like a West Coast thing to me. If I go to In-N-Out, then it feels like I'm in the West Coast or whatever, but it's not that good to me.
Yeah.
At all. Any regrets transferring from Oregon to Texas?
I have no regrets. I think getting out of Oregon, it's where I'm from. It was my hometown. I think not only just for softball, but personally getting out of where I grew up and around my comfort zone, going to Texas challenged me a lot. And I think it's been probably the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Why have you not been in the starting lineup?
Well, I was not in the starting lineup those first 2 games in Florida, and I wasn't because I wasn't performing. And Coach White is going to put the top 9 hitters out there, and I wasn't. When my name was called, I wasn't ready to hit, and so I did a lot of reflection. I watched some film after those Friday games, and I put in that extra work before the game. Talked to my coaches about what I could do better, and I ended up starting the following 3 games and kind of getting back into it, but. I mean, when you're in a slump, you're in a slump, and you can't just expect your name to continue to get called. So you have to point the finger back at yourself and be like, what could I have done? And I wasn't doing my job, and that's why I wasn't starting. But again, going back to that playing time, you have to put in the work. And once you do, and you got to earn it.
Yeah. How do you start the recruiting process?
Ooh, recruiting process. For me, it started when I was so young, and I wish it didn't. In softball, I committed probably when I was a freshman in high school to Oregon, which is just so ridiculous looking back. Like, how could you possibly know what you want at that point? But I mean, the recruiting process in general, as far as reaching out to coaches, you send them emails, you make a short highlight tape. What I did that really worked well was going to camps, like colleges put on softball camps and clinics, and I would go attend those because then you can build a relationship with the coaches, the players, and you can really see how the team gels. So I would say the number one thing for recruiting is going to those camps for sure.
Would you ever consider playing co-ed slow pitch after retirement?
100%. I'm already planning on doing a slow pitch league. I can't wait. It's going to be so fun. There's quite a few in Austin. It's just literally like slow pitch and just a good time. I'm definitely joining a slow pitch league.
Wait, is it like a Masters?
No. It's just like a for fun thing, like just a lot of baseball and softball ex-collegiate athletes will join slow pitch leagues. It's gonna be fun.
Wow, I wish they had that for track.
Yeah,
I guess technically, like if you don't get a contract, you just kind of find a group to go to. But that sounds a lot more fun because it's leisure.
Yeah, definitely.
Favorite MLB team?
I don't really watch a lot of MLB games. I probably should. So I'll say the Texas Rangers because they're a Texas in Texas. And I know the other Texas team, I think, got caught cheating. So we're going to stick with the Rangers. Astros? Didn't they have a whole cheating scandal?
Maybe.
Pretty sure they did. So I'm going to stick with the Rangers.
Didn't they just... No, the Braves won. I knew that.
I don't know if I did.
It's
cut that
I
out.
should know that because like I'm from Atlanta, so I should know that. But
yeah,
I'm pretty sure with the amount of traffic, it was like Braves won over Astros. Who knows? Look, she doesn't watch the MLB.
Yeah.
How old are you?
22.
When is your birthday?
March 30th.
Oh, okay, so that's Taurus.
Aries, actually. I think I'm the beginning of Aries. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What's your plans after college?
I plan to stay in Austin. As far as work goes, I don't know what that's going to be like yet, but just enjoy being in my 20s in Austin. It's such a fun city, and staying around softball as much as I can. I'm going to go watch from the other side of the fence, which is going to be different, but yeah, just stay in Austin, travel, have some fun for probably a year, and then get into the workforce.
That's smart. Favorite thing about UT?
My favorite thing about UT. Well, I mean, a degree from UT would probably be a favorite. Having that means a lot, but also just UT in general as an athlete, the fan base is so strong, and it's like that brand and that logo is the UT. Right. Everyone wants to beat you. You have a target on your back, and I kind of love that about UT is, you know, everyone's going to play their best game when they play you. And I think that makes UT unique.
Did you enjoy Florida for the Clearwater tournament?
No, if I'm going to be honest, we did not do well. It was extremely difficult, physically, mentally, everything about that was hard. And yeah, no, I did not enjoy it at all, actually.
Let's talk about it. Like,
okay, yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah, because you know, like when I saw it, I was confused. Not because I don't know anything about softball, that and because I know it's tough, especially after losing for the first day. You know, those 2 games that you all lost, and then going into the next days, it can be tough to just pick yourself back up. So I really want to know, like, what was going on?
I wish I honestly had an answer. We're trying to figure it out, what's going on. We have probably the most talented team at Texas that we've had in all the years I've been here. And so it's hard because it's like, we're so talented, but we're not, I don't know if we're not connecting on the field, or there's a lack of communication somewhere, but there's something going on. Then we really do need to get to the bottom of it and should just continue to work. But the talent is there, and the problem is in our heads. It's not physical, it's all mental, and we're going to have to do some work to really get over this, because it is a hump. But at the same time, I'd rather be going through this adversity right now rather than in postseason. I don't want to be peaking right now. I don't want our team to be doing the best we're going to do all year at the beginning of the season. I want us to be doing the best at the end. So, I mean, our team has to look at this. We can take it one of 2 ways. It's either going to really bring us together, or it's going to tear us apart. And we all need to make that decision to really buy into each other and buy into the culture for Texas softball to, I mean, we can't let it tear us apart. And it would be easy to just get mad and point fingers at everyone else, but everyone needs to just look back at themselves, reflect on what they could have done better. But I mean, I don't have an answer for what happened. I'm still kind of trying to process it. It's extremely frustrating. And yeah, I'm kind of at a loss of words about the entire situation. And you want to just forget about it, but we all do need to go back and reflect and see what we all need to do individually to make the team better and not allow that to ever happen again.
Yeah. And what did Coach White say?
I mean, he's pretty much saying similar stuff, where it can be easy to point fingers at everyone else and get mad at each other for making an error or not getting the job done. But he's really been saying that the coaching staff is going to go back this week and going to put in a lot of work about what we can do better and how they can coach us better and communicate with us better. And
Yeah.
he's really taking accountability in that aspect. And he's expecting the players to do the same with taking that accountability. But there's not much he can say. He's upset. We're upset. Everyone's not thrilled that we went 0-5. You can't be. Everyone's just trying to figure it out and come back tomorrow for practice and get back to work and just have a lot of room to grow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on.
Yeah.
Why do you wear 00?
Why do I wear 00? I have never been the same number. I've been so many different numbers. I'm not very superstitious with that. So I just wanted a low number, and 00 it was when I got to Texas.
Yeah. What else do you like to do besides softball?
I like to hang out with my dog, Simba. I love going on walks around Lady Bird Lake Trail right there. I like to just go get dinner with my friends, with my teammates, go to coffee shops, go to new restaurants. I mean, all the normal things. I like to do all the basic college stuff. Like I like to go out with my friends, and I like to go out to restaurants and all these things. And then on the side, I play my sport. So, I mean, normal life, just with the additional little things like softball and weights and all that.
Okay. Favorite thing about softball?
I think my favorite thing about softball is probably the environment and the atmosphere. It's a competitive atmosphere, but I'm surrounded by like-minded girls, and they're all my best friends. So it's like you have this sisterhood of Texas softball, but we're all super competitive, and we all bring out the fire and the desire to win out of each other. It's like you have this common goal with this group of 24 girls this year, and it's a cool atmosphere that not many people get to be a part of. So I think softball has brought me some of my best friends. It's really helped me grow as a person. It's brought me some of the biggest challenges, but also some of the best times. So softball as a whole has given me a whole lot, but I think that throughout all of it, the best thing is just the atmosphere that it puts me in.
Do you get stopped by fans in public?
A couple times I have, and it's really cool. Like after that last game, I got to sign autographs for younger softball players, and it really is. It quite literally like melted my heart. It made me so happy to be able to give the little girls the same experience that I got when I was little, and going up to softball players that I looked up to and asking for their autograph and having the same thing happen to me. It's so special, and it's so cool, and it just makes me extremely happy.
Why did you transfer from Oregon to Texas?
I transferred to Texas ultimately because my experience at Oregon, the first half of my sophomore year, we had a new coach, an entirely new coaching staff. And I struggled to buy into that coaching staff. And I knew that it wasn't the atmosphere that I wanted to be in at Oregon anymore. And so I ended up entering the transfer portal the day that it actually opened on September 1st or something like that. The day the transfer portal began for student athletes, I joined it. And just a couple of days later committed to Texas. So really, I transferred because I trust Coach White. I want to win a national championship. I want to compete in an atmosphere that's with all my best friends. And that's what Texas gave me.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8". The website says I'm 5'7" though, and I'm definitely 5'8", but whatever. Clearly I'm not upset about it.
Right. What song is on repeat for you right now? Well, not right now, but what song is usually on repeat for you?
I don't think I have a song on repeat.
Really?
I'll get a song stuck in my head, but really I listen to a ton of different genres depending on who I'm around or what I'm doing. And yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything stuck in my head or like a go-to song. I really just shuffle a playlist or listen to whatever's in the locker room or just on my phone. So
what's your top 5 favorite artists then?
It doesn't matter the genre. Top 5. Like I genuinely will listen to whatever song is on. I know it's weird, but like I'm not a super big music girl.
Listen to it, sure, but enjoy it. Like you don't have like a top 5 favorite artist.
I don't think I do. Like people think I'm crazy, but when I work out, and I'm by myself, I don't work out to music. I like to be quiet in my thoughts. It's so weird. And people think I'm totally crazy, but yeah,
I like to be quiet.
Like in my thoughts, I like to be thinking and like the mind muscle, whatever it is. But I'm not a big music girl.
Okay.
Which is totally weird, but don't judge me.
I'm surprised. Okay. Who's the toughest pitcher you faced at the collegiate level?
Probably Montana Fouts at Alabama. We actually are going there in a couple weeks and we'll get to face her again. But she's an amazing pitcher, commands the zone, throws hard with velocity, and also moves the ball. So I'm excited to go face her again, but she's tough competition for sure.
Do you have any goals for the season?
My goals for the season are always to win a Big 12 championship and win a national championship. But we have to really have the systems in place that's going to lead us there. And that's what we have to do right now. So I would say my goals currently are to find the systems that work for our team in order to put us in a position to be able to win a Big 12 and national championship. So taking a day at a time.
Are you a natural southpaw or bat left but throw right?
Natural southpaw? I don't know if I know what that means, but I am right-handed and I bat left-handed, throw right-handed. But it's a choice. I made the decision to switch over to the left side. I don't know if I answered that question at all, but
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well,
when I saw it, I was like, maybe she didn't teach me this term.
I didn't know the term. I can't teach it if I don't know it.
Okay. What is your favorite restaurant to go to in Austin?
I like to go to Chewy's with my team. That's like our team place to go to. And we always go there. I like Matt's El Rancho for the drinks. It's
everybody
just
likes
a good time. Yeah, I also liked going to True Food Kitchen with like my family. It's
True Food.
I like that place too, but probably Chewy's is the go-to.
Okay. Ever had an injury that made you think you wouldn't recover from?
No, I've been extremely lucky that I've never had any injuries, knock on wood, but yeah, I've never had an injury. So thankful for that. And now I'm a little nervous that I jinxed myself, but
no, you're good. No, you're good. I'll knock on whatever this is.
Everything needs to be knocked on.
What's your major?
Communication with an emphasis on leadership.
Wow.
Moody College. Well, I graduated, so I'm done with that, but yeah, Moody grad.
We love Moody. It's fine. I didn't know they had a leadership.
It's a new major, CLD, and another one of my teammates, Sophia, she's a freshman and she's doing the same major as me, which is kind of cool too.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was communications with concentration or certificate in sports media. Well, I guess that makes sense.
So what you're doing is very fitting.
It's very fitting. It better be fitting. Like I went to school for 4 years. It needs to be fitting.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get your favorite position in softball? I know you bounced around, but are you content with where you at right now?
Yeah, I'm content with where I'm at. I'm still, this tournament alone, I played 2 positions. I was in left field and also in right field. So bouncing around, but as long as I'm contributing to the team, I'm happy with it.
Okay. And last question, finally, okay. What's your favorite candy?
Ooh, favorite candy, probably a Kit Kat. I love Kit Kats and I eat them in the weird way where it's like the chocolate and then like bite around. Yeah.
I definitely do that. I don't eat a lot of candy, but I do that. Yeah. Thank you for answering questions. That was a lot of questions. They asked you a lot. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the Orange Bloods Texas YouTube channel.
Shit We Never Asked For is a podcast dedicated to your process. Here to give you the most authentic perspective in real time, we're your hosts, Isaiah Anthony and Android Aurora.
Rooted in intention and developing as a constant narrative, we are here to question all the things, and in the process, interrupt and explore our own patterns of being.
Each week, we invite you to meet us where we are at by inwardly assessing and outwardly progressing.
Our aim is to build a collective knowledge of productive self-work by asking ourselves, why?
By choosing to share our gaze into ourselves, all that we hold, and why we hold things this way, it is our wish to uncover the intersectionality where self-awareness, intentional actualization, and personal accountability meet.
And that, friends, is where you have trusted us to take you. With loving energy and immense gratitude. Turn your volume up and let's get into it.
So I think the topic and the moment and the thing that's kind of I've been.
Babe, you can't just do this and not introduce. Say hi to the audience.
No, I'm going to.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, no, bitch, you rude.
No. Yeah, I think one of the most important things I want to share with y'all lately is kind of like what's been on my mind, in an interesting way. So like,
bitch, if you don't say hi to the people,
I'm going to say hi to the people.
No, you're supposed to say that first.
No,
you already
I'm
getting
not.
deep in shit.
I'm not in deep. Nothing. They don't even know what we're about to talk about.
Say hello to the people.
But what's
Shit.
good, y'all?
Oh wow, what a greeting.
No, I think like in trying to figure out like what, and I think that's like where this came in my head. I was trying to figure out like when it came to this how to like open things up, and because and that's why this topic came up. Like I remember when we first started talking about this, and I couldn't figure out like what I wanted to say when we like start shit. Like I was like, hey y'all, what's good people? Hey family, like how did I want to address this?
Well, bitch, how do you want to address this? Shit.
I don't know. I don't know.
I hate it here.
I don't know. But I feel like throughout the course of it, I'll be like trying different things out and figuring out what's like comfortable. But
I can't do this. I'm going to do this. Hey, y'all. Welcome to the first episode of Shit We Never Asked For. I don't know what my co-host is doing right now, but they're trying. And that's all we can ask for. We thank you so much for being here. We're both very, very tired, but we trying to be productive. Ain't
well,
that
that's
some
what
shit?
I was gonna ask. Is like, is this gonna be like, are we gonna roll this out as the first episode, or are we just gonna like record all these and then decide which one we want it to be like our first episode?
I mean, I figured between the first couple episodes we record, but either way, whatever we record, we gotta have like we gotta say something about it being our first episode.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying. I just didn't know which one was like gonna be the first episode. So
I didn't have a preference.
Okay, so I can say this one's the first episode.
Yes, I assumed it was because it was the first episode we're recording.
I just figured we were gonna record them and like backlog them all and then be like released. But you know, so take one of this.
But you still need an intro even with the ones that you have on backlog. You still need to greet the people.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't going like, what's up? Shit we never asked for. We're your hosts. Like,
we're your hosts.
We're your hosts.
Okay, then do we want to? Well, I'm just gonna keep recording because this is just
this would be hilarious. But no, what's good, y'all? I think I'm really excited about today's topic just because in my head I've been trying to figure out what would make the most sense, and I'm excited to like actually talk about that and like what has made a lot of sense for me lately, because as I was figuring shit out, it made no sense whatsoever. So myself and Android today are going to be talking to you all and bringing you all kind of with us through our journeys of coming like full circle and what that really looks like. And I feel like that phrase is kind of ambiguous in a lot of ways. And people come up with their own meanings and how they associate that in their lives. And as myself and Android have been talking this last 2 or 3 weeks, just at various points and checking in about various things, it seems like our lives are kind of and they always kind of have done this. They've rotated in these parallels that when we get together and we talk about things, we're in similar places. We may be doing different things or got to those places in a different way, but we're in similar places in terms of like how we're coming into our own understanding or what we're struggling with or what's really bugging us or something that pissed us off that week. Like they're oftentimes like almost in tandem with each other. And I find that at the inception of this, when Android and I first started talking, we were really, really close. And even though that connection
were
well, like physically, like we shared a lot of physical space together.
Nigga, we ain't close now. How fucking dare you?
We shared a lot of time together, and then like over the course of like the development of this, it's changed a lot. But that connection hasn't changed in that way. Like we still can check in and pick up like we never left off. We can still get back together and keep a really similar energy about ourselves. And I find that also when we check in, even if some time has passed, we're still coming into these kind of like parallel themes in our lives. Like, and more recently, that's been a really strong theme of like really just being happy with where we're at and like what we're doing and how we're doing things. And there was a point where that was not the case. And when we started talking about the podcast, that was not the case at all. It was literally dealing with all the shit we had never asked for, like just thing after thing after thing after thing, and not knowing in that moment that this was the other side of it, like that there was a difference. There was going to be a way to feel not that anymore. But at the time, like that temporary discomfort was necessary. And that was weird to know then because of what I know now. And I don't know, had you told me then that this were like where I would have ended up, this is where I would be now, that I would have believed you. And not in the way that it wasn't possible. It's just I was only able to see what I had experienced at that point. And what I had experienced at that point was heartache. Like continuous heartache. And that was everything from the pandemic to relationships to family to loss. Like there was so much going on. And so this bleak idea of happiness, it was like, what the hell is whatever? Like it's not that it's not a thing, but that's not real for me right now. And I was hard pressed to see when that would be the case again. And so to be in a place that I am really happy and really accomplished and like have continuously gotten great news has made all that like hard shit kind of not melt and not even seem like it was worth it. Like I don't believe you need to go through trauma in order to build character, but I do think experience is necessary to inform your own wisdom. And oftentimes like that's not going to happen unless you are dealing with some shit, good, bad, or indifferent. Just unless you decide to live life, you're not really ever going to figure out how to, okay, that didn't work, maybe this will work. That should have worked out like that. Maybe next time I can do this better. Like there's a way to see that. But in that moment, you don't have those insights. And that time just sucks. And I've been thinking about that a lot because when you and I reflected on our own happiness currently, I thought about the fact that that was not commonplace for us. We would reflect on all of things, but there's a period of time where it seemed like it was just shitty. It was just a really shitty time.
Damn, now that I really
and that's like, whoa.
Think about that in retrospect.
That's whoa.
This is probably the first time that both of us have felt really positive
in like 2 or 3
about
years.
something. Ain't that some shit?
In like 2 or 3 years.
2 years.
That's asinine.
Like I was talking about, I think we talked about, I said this to you, but I have been realizing that this year actually feels like a new year.
Right.
Because everything that happened in the pandemic and the following year, it just felt like one long ass year. And I know realistically in my head that is a 2-year span.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't feel like it because all of the fuck shit that happened in the pandemic followed up in the following year. And there was so many times where I know for myself where I thought that I had figured shit out, that I had processed my trauma, that I no longer had to deal with the stuff that I was dealing with. And it was still popping up and rearing its ugly head. And it got to a point where I would say the last 2 years are probably the worst time of my life. I have never felt so low. When it comes to my self-confidence, when it comes to my identity, when it comes to my relationships, I was questioning every single thing, and it felt like I was completely losing my mind. And if I look at where I'm at now, I just shake my head and I'm like, damn, girl.
Yeah.
You made it.
Yeah.
Like you really did make. And at this point in my life now, after the 2 years of fuck shit, I'm legitimately happy. Like this is so sad. This is how I know it was bad. This has been what? I think week 3. This is what, the 3rd week of January?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been happy in a consistent amount of time like that in 2 years. Mm-hmm. I would have moments where I would be really, really great. And then there just out of nowhere, my depression and my anxiety would hit and I would feel so low. Mm-hmm. Like there was one time that I was so... I was just so angry. I was sad. I was hurt. And to a point where even my partner was like, I don't know what I can do to help you right now. And I was having a conversation with my friend Kumari, and because she had went through a lot of things similarly to what I was going through. And what she told me was, what sucks is that no one can literally tell you how this is going to be. You have to go through it. And at the time, I thought I understood what she meant. Fully thought I understood what she meant. But now, after doing a whole lot of processing, especially towards the end of the year, I get what she meant now. And it goes along with what you said. Like, you have to have these experiences to get to the other side. It's just sometimes, bitch, can you teach this experience in a different fucking way?
I sometimes I wonder, like, whether if without the trauma, would I have learned the lesson the same way? And I feel like yes, and to a degree, some of the trauma, not that it's necessary from other people, but the trauma that ensued or that followed or the things that happened, it was like that was necessary so you would never go back. Like, so you would never return to a spot. And for some people, that makes sense. And for other people, pain and dysfunction are a continual, like, thing. Like, that's not I don't want to return back to this. And it was weird to me. I had to make a choice. And I remember feeling like this doesn't make sense for me to have to make a choice like this. Like, to feel, because at the context of the time period, like, to feel as though everything was okay and to no longer be in a state of feeling like everything is okay. In the midst of losing a relationship, stability, housing, losing routines, seeing family, seeing friends, like all of this kind of upheaval of my own stability. I didn't realize that in that moment, that end that I thought was there was actually the beginning of something so much deeper. And I didn't see the trauma as necessary because I didn't understand, like, why did it have to hurt like that? Or why did it have to happen this way? Like, there's a way for this not to have been the case.
I remember during a therapy session, I said that exact shit to her. And she looked me dead in the eye and she said, if it could have happened any other way, it would have. And when she said that, I had to take a step back because what she said was real. If it could have happened any other way, it would have. But there literally was no other way for this to happen. And it sucks.
And everything
so much
happens
knowing that.
So imperfectly on purpose. Like, is there a reason that everything happens, or do we give the things reason and meaning in what happens? Like, do we figure out how the series of events in our lives are unfolding and give those things meaning, or do we believe those things that are happening are the meaning? Like, that is the sign. That is how, and like, to each their own in terms of like how they digest and process what's going on and like how they make sense of it. And I think something that was interesting to me and some of the things I wanted to kind of explore in this conversation are figuring out, like, what does it mean to really like come back, to return to the beginning. And it's something to feel, for me anyway, it's something to feel a familiarity with a place, but to no longer hold feelings about that place. Like, to no longer hold active resentment, active irritation, active angst, active hurt like that. Upon returning to a place for me is like, whoa, I can stand here in the same spot and feel completely different, but I wouldn't have known that was possible at the time.
I don't necessarily see it as coming back to something. Because when I hear that type of verbiage, to me, it almost feels like going backwards. For me, it's more so you're taking the step to just look at everything that happened in order for you to move forward. So you're not going back to it. You're moving past it.
I don't think backwards in the way of like...
That's just for me.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of backwards in the way where it's like momentum. I'm thinking of return in the way where like...
But even that, like returning, like it, I think because for me, this is where my thought process is coming from. For me, the last couple of years, I was really doing a deep dive in my own identity and what that looks like. Because for a long time, I was showing up more so how I felt I was expected to show up rather than how I truly wanted to show up and be my most authentic self. And you know me all the time and talk about how we've talked about this, how I said the thing I'm working on right now is figuring out what authenticity looks like for me, because I have it, but there was a level that, like a glass ceiling that I could not break that was going to help me evolve into the being that I wanted to be. So for me, it's not necessarily that I'm returning to any of those things. It's more so, it's just kind of like a retrospect. Like I'm not coming back to that because I'm evolving into something else.
Well, yeah, the evolution is the process. I think for me, it's like a return to myself. I think after I had that breakup, after I had to let a lot of shit go, I had to really try to come back to myself. Like, what is it that I want? What is it that I need? And how am I going to move beyond like what this is? Because right now, this isn't me. Like everything that I had felt, everything that I was dealing with, I was more irritated with those situations because I had never felt such anger, like such animosity. And that was not me. And it was irritating me because it's not that those aren't a part of my being or those aren't real or those aren't human. Those definitely were, but I had never felt such rage towards a person or a situation in my entire life. And I couldn't for the life of me understand why I wasn't myself. Like why I was not my happy-go-lucky, like charming, optimistic, like upbeat, just I was not me. And I could not figure it out. And it was like once I came all the way back to being like, okay, who the fuck is Isaiah actually? Like, where are you at? When that happened, it was like, okay, I know what I have to do. And it wasn't easy, and in no way was it clear, but there were these moments along the way of like almost overt clarity. Like it was very specific what was going to happen for me. And so it was like this full circle. It's like I can stand where I've been but not feel what I felt. And that's different for me. And it's like I remember, and I'll feel this all the time. I went to the Apollo. We're standing in front of the Apollo. And for those who don't know what the Apollo is, you need to look it up because it's one of the most amazing artifacts in history. The Apollo is this theater in Harlem. And this was a black epicenter, if you will, when folks weren't allowed to be doing comedy on stage, when folks weren't allowed to do this, that, or the other thing. Some people got their shot at the Apollo. And I remember the first time I walked by feeling this like nostalgia. My body felt like it had been there before, but this is my first time experiencing that. And it was weird to stand where other people had stood, not knowing any of their stories, but understanding we all stood in the same spot. We all stood. They didn't move that theater. It has not gone anywhere. We're all standing in the same place. And so to see what it is today, but to know what it was at the time and to know what it continues to be, it was like, whoa. And so coming back and like standing where I've stood or passing buildings that I've passed, eating at restaurants that I've eaten at, where I've shared memories with people that have hurt me, or I've been in places that I've felt hurt or hurt has happened. I've no longer reduced those things to those moments, but allowed life to continue and understanding I had those moments and those were also good. I did have good moments too. And those are like no longer a part of my present. It's wild to see like the difference in my mindset versus like it was never going to get better. Like it was never going to get better and I was never going to find a way out of that.
When you put it that way and use that example, what you're saying makes sense to me now. Like what you're saying makes sense to me now when you say returning back to that spot, because listening to you say it in that way, what it makes me think of is how I was talking about me returning back to community. Because that same type of rage, that same type of anger, all that stuff, that's what I felt.
That was foreign to me.
Which is why I left community.
And it's weird when like that was your solace, right? Like when it provides something. And I think that's the thing that pissed me off the most. My relationship didn't irritate me that it ended. It didn't irritate me that if you're not meant to work out with somebody, that wasn't what bugged me. What bugged me was not only how it ended, but the fact that this was my home, this is my fortitude, my foundation, my safety. And when that was gone, not only was my safety and my security no longer what I thought it was, I was lied to about the condition I thought it was in. I thought we had built something that made sense to me. What they had thought and what was working out for them was not the same thing. And that's where like I had never expected to feel that in a place that I had called home. And I think it's interesting when we talk about like return to community and that whole feeling, because it's like, no, it makes sense why it felt like it was hard to come back to community. If there was a sense of betrayal, if there was a sense of where were y'all at? Who had my back? Like what the hell? Like there's a moment where it's like, when balls get dropped and people don't do what they're supposed to do, or no one checked in or no one said anything, there's moments where it's like, how do you know it's safe to re-engage this space? How do you know it's safe to not feel like your defenses have to be up when originally they weren't? I didn't have any reason to be guarded because I didn't believe this is a place to be guarded in. They were all down. And so that hurts.
To all of a sudden feel unsafe in a space where you found peace of mind.
And you created your own safety. Like
that fucks with you so much. Like
that betrayal, there's nothing like that. Like you can't, because mentally now, and it was funny, my grandma was talking to my partner about this, and she was like, when you go through something like that, the thing that is hard about it, it's not that this could happen again, it's that somebody scares you into not wanting to be yourself. Like there's moments where you didn't do anything but be you, and you in this moment is feeling like that's being penalized, and now you wonder if it was something that you did. And when there are no answers or it's unclear, and we talked about this, we had to learn to be comfortable with becoming our own closure. And at that time, that is the most unsettling thing you can hear. How am I supposed to be my end, be my closing, be my to this thing that I didn't start by myself? Like do y'all ever have class and like you're the one person that did all the work but 3 other people got to put their name on it? Like I didn't start this with the idea with these 3 people trying to just be the one that did everything, but now I'm having to end this with just me. There were 2 of us when this started. And it's interesting when people say, when like things end, whether that's a relationship, a friendship, a contract, like if it doesn't end well, you hear people start to like renege or renegotiate how they felt, or the entire time they felt something different, or it was this, that, and the other thing. And it was like, wait, I didn't force any of the happiness that existed either. Like in the same breath that there was unhappiness, I didn't force the happiness either. Like there has to be accountability on both ends to talk about what was really important. And so for me, I didn't know how to hold myself accountable to my individuality in a relationship. And I had to figure out, coming full circle, like what that looked like. And I also had to figure out what that process looked like. And for me, that had a lot to do with letting things go. And that was something that people say, like people will say, like, let it go. No one ever shows you how to do that. Like no one's ever taught you how to let something go.
I mean, I feel like it's almost hard to teach somebody that though, because certain things are a lot easier to let go than others.
Well, and that's like, that's person by person, but it's like a strategy or a tool. Like I just found out, and you and I kind of talked about this, and it was funny because as you said it, I was realizing like what role anxiety plays in my life. And for me, like, I was diagnosed with major depression, but I definitely have more situational depression. Like, if my current life situation is just really shitty, it'll show up in my body. I will feel really just down about it. And usually I just like sleep a lot, or I kind of recluse and keep to myself. And I figured out with anxiety, a way for me to manage it is planning. A way for me to manage it is reading. And so, like, when it comes to letting things go, no one shows you in your body how to, like, let something go. Like, the tenseness when you talk about something, the elevation in your feet, the tenseness in your hands, in your shoulders, in your face, like, all of these things, you're holding something. And so, like, the idea of letting go, what does that actually look like? And for me, oftentimes that looks like naming something and, like, writing, like, literally actually writing it down, whether I typed it out or wrote it out. And oftentimes, like, I feel like writing now is a lost art, but writing it out pushes me to really investigate, like, those practices and really investigate how I want to hold myself accountable to doing the work that I wanted to be happier. And I found that as happy as I am, it's come with a lot of, like, reflection, but it's also come with, like, a lot of affirmations and a lot of understanding that letting go looks like choosing peace in its place in a different way. So letting go could look like a boundary. Letting go could look like eating healthy. Letting go could look like me physically. And these are all, like, active forms of, like, self-love. But letting go could look like refusing to beat myself up for things that are human. Like, there was these ways in which I didn't realize I held stress and tension in my body toward myself. And so it was like, okay, so to move on or to let go, I have to, like, actually, in effect, like, forgive myself, and not in, like, a biblical sense, but in a spiritual sense, in an emotional sense, like, in a human sense almost. Like, you're human. You're gonna fuck up, and things are fucked up that happen to you sometimes.
Yeah. What I've learned in the last couple of years is that it's important to let go, because when you hold on to that anger, when you hold on to the trauma, when you hold on to the sadness, when you hold on to any of those negative emotions, that shit becomes a, what's it called? Ball and chain. It becomes a ball and chain. And you can either start projecting that onto other people. It starts showing up in how you interact with folks, how you interact with yourself. It affects how you maneuver the world and whether or not you're taking care of yourself the way that you're supposed to be. And I know for me, last year there was a point where I hit my lowest. I didn't feel talented. Didn't feel accomplished. I felt so ugly. And these were things that I recognize these feelings because I would say 4 or 5 years, maybe a little bit longer, I had a similar breakdown like this. And that first breakdown was when I realized that I did have, going to the doctor, I was like, oh, I have clinical depression. From the outside looking in, you think my life is great. I got my shit together.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, like, even my parents were like, why do you feel this way? And I'd be like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because even I would look at, I'm doing everything right. This is what success looks like. So
I should be satisfied.
Yeah, I was like, why do I feel so empty? Why am I having suicidal thoughts? The thought of actually ending my own life, the one thing that kept me from doing that is that I was like, I don't want that to be my legacy. I don't want to be remembered for taking my life. I want to be remembered for the work that I do. The other thing that kept me from doing that is I don't want the last thought that my mother has of me is my suicide, or my father or my family. I don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
What I realize is when you don't let go of those things, that you can't move forward and you can't evolve and you cannot the only way I can put it is happiness is a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Happiness is a choice, and you have to make that choice. And sometimes that shit is so hard to do. And when we're talking about choosing happiness, it goes along the lines of what you're thinking about. You have to figure out those things that make you feel good. You have to figure out those things that are self-care. And when we're talking about like self-care, it's not just a matter of you taking a bubble bath or getting a pedicure. Yes, those things can be a part of it, but it's a lot deeper. It's you actually taking the time to check in with yourself and be real and say, are you good? Or is there anything that you need to process? Is there anything that you need to talk about with yourself, with people, with a therapist? And you really have to be real with yourself. And I think a lot of times we don't like doing that because then that means that we have to take a deep dive within ourselves. And there might be a chance, more than likely, that we don't like what we see. But in order to move forward, you have to look at that part of yourself. You have to look at your shadow self. You have to look at that part that you try to hide. And you have to do the work to accept that part of yourself. You have to do it. I'm a witch. That's why shadow work is so important. Google it. We'll have an episode on it later. But
yeah,
it's so important to do that work because that's the only way you can move forward. Holding on to that anger that I had for the last couple of years, when I was finally able to let that go, in retrospect, I said, damn, I have missed so much because I just stayed angry. I just stayed angry. And what I also realized, I was like, I'm sitting here mad, but I'm not telling anybody that I'm mad. So I can't be upset that nobody is coming to my aid right now. And for me, I know that there was some situations in community where folks are being put on pedestals and they were being abusive. And it was making me so angry because the individual that was doing it, folks had started being warned about their behavior. And eventually there was a pattern of these things happening. And what escalated the emotions for me was I was a victim of that behavior. So it intensified my anger even more. And for me, it's like, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to look like a bitter bitch when that's not the case. But I got angry because I found out other people were saying things. And when it was supposedly dealt with, it was more like a tap on the hand, like, don't you do that. And eventually it escalated to a point where it got way too extreme. And what I appreciate is when it did reach that extreme and I finally got the courage and the strength to reach out to community. They were fully like, yes, we got you. We want to help you. You want to make me feel safe. And in the same breath, even some of the folks that I was working with fully said to me, you know, we thought we handled it. It was a misstep. We could have did it better. So now we're going to make sure we make this right so this doesn't happen again. And in doing that, I realized, okay, you've asked for aid. You were given aid. Folks have been there for you the way you want them to. You have a support system. You got to let that shit go now, babe. You can't sit here and be angry. You got to let the shit go. And even after the situation was handled, I still had that anger. I still had it. But why though? Why am I holding on to this? It doesn't feel good. It does not feel good. Especially because what I realized was I think it was important for me to leave because I needed to process my emotions and my feelings. Because I know how I am, and what I don't want to do is to project that onto other people. Because I don't want to say something or do something that I can't take back or hurt somebody that I care about. All because I'm in my emotions. And you know that about me. I need to be by myself for a little bit. I didn't think that I would have to be by myself for 2 fucking years, but it was what was required, I guess, for me to reach where I'm at now when it comes to my mental state and my spirituality and my entire being.
It's so wild to think about like a year ago because that phrase, like, and it's funny, my partner with him, he say this all this time. Numbers and like time is important to me. It's not important in any way for me to be on time, but it's important.
Bitch.
Like, time is important to me.
Not important
And-
for me to be on time. This is why I curse you out.
Right. And it's not, and for anybody who knows me, I'm probably mostly notoriously late to a lot of things. And so, and like on time to others, obviously. But like, there's definitely, time is a construct in my mind. And the idea of like this time last year, this frame of reference or this point, I used to say it to my partner, and used to irritate the hell out of her. 'Cause she's like, what are you talking about? And it used to be, she thought it was a point of comparison. And for me, no. For me, it's an evolutionary point. Like, I'm able to pinpoint this time last year, I remember feeling like shit. And it's wild because this time last year, that's not true anymore. This time last year, I was insanely happy. This time last year, Mina and I had just moved to LA completely. It's January, so she's trying a whole bunch of hairstyles. I had just braided her hair up for the first time. There was so much pride in that. Like, there's been evolution. There's a lot of learning I've done about myself. And I feel like the way I learned those lessons, it didn't come from me trying to learn something. A lot of people talk about self-work in a way where it's like, you're not going to go out to like a Barnes & Noble, because you all know what that is, and people go to bookstores still, and like buy a whole bunch of self-help books, and you're going to figure out shit about your life. Like, no. Like, there's an active investigation process, and it doesn't exactly happen that way either. It's more like,
I think when it comes to things like that, the book gives you tools, but how you use those tools determines how effective what you just read is going to be for your life. Because you can't just read a book and it's, oh, that's all it is. I'm like, no. There's application, bitch. You have to apply this to what you're doing. That's how growth happens.
There's application, and I guess, and for me, I think the theory of that application is what stops people. There's something put in our heads about learning where it's this tedious or hard or fucked up thing, or this thing we have to be really good at, otherwise it's not worth investing in. And I feel like when it comes to learning yourself, there's a method to your own madness. There's a method to why you do what you do, and you have to understand that and investigate that as an awareness. And I felt like for myself, and this is one of the things I've realized more recently that I struggled with a lot historically, just because I've had access to education and access to activism and access to community and conversations and awareness in a way that has informed how I think and how I move, that doesn't mean that I'm incapable of harm. And I feel like that sentiment has really fucked with my head, because when I did hurt somebody, I thought, how could I do that? Like, why would I do something that would bring somebody else harm, regardless of whether or not it was my intention? And I had to learn that my humanness is allowed to exist just as much as my education and my know better is.
Bitch, ain't that it?
That, like, and I can't control that, and I can't dictate my humanness on levels of perfection. Like, this is something my dad told me. He said, I'm a man of promise, and in that promise, I have to realize there's power and strength in realizing and saying to somebody, you're right, I can work on that. Or, I didn't think about it that way. I'll take steps to do better next time. Like, there's that humility is so hard, and those seem like just words, but that is so hard to say to somebody in that moment if you are wrong and you indeed have caused harm. Because now, in your mind, you may not want to admit that. Knowing what you know about yourself, you may think you shouldn't have been the one to do that, or you couldn't have been the one to do that. And I find that no matter how much I know, I can still hurt somebody's feelings. No matter how much I know, I can still say something that is probably not the nicest or the most correct or the most considerate thing. Like, that, there's that humanness, that human nature element, that part of it, and that doesn't say anything about me as a person. That just means that I have learning to do in a lot of areas, and those human things are okay. I recently learned I was okay to be angry, to be really fucking angry, and that anger doesn't displace any of my gentleman-like qualities. That anger doesn't displace me being a family man. That anger doesn't displace those things that people say have to be opposite. If I'm angry, I can't be a family man.
It doesn't define you.
If I'm angry, I can't if I'm angry, I must act like this. If I'm angry, I'm that stereotypical guy, and all these tropes and all these things. And it's like, giving yourself the ability in the space to breathe from all of that and really like come outside of those tropes and into your own. And I feel like that's been a lot of like what the last couple of years has been. A lot of this like, but we're describe it like this shaping and restructuring of self and how to really interact with myself on a really intentional way. And sometimes that looks like really saying, nigga, you done fucked up. Like that was, why did you do that? Like, what about that was smart? Or no, nigga, you did that. Like, that was amazing. You need to do more of that. Like, whatever that was, fuck that shit all the way up and do it again. Like, that made you feel happy. That made you excited. That brought out a glint in your eye. There's glimmer. There's life in there. Like, be alive. And we were talking about this with my house family the other day. This idea that people will have worked their whole lives and never lived a day. Like, there's these moments where you have to figure out, and this is one of the things I'm trying to figure out with my own partner, and it's really cute to see our process of investigation together. But like informing ourselves about what brings us happiness and making ourselves accountable to the other by holding ourselves individually responsible for our own happinesses.
Yeah. It's
And
nobody's responsibility to make you fucking happy.
We're not doing none of that shit.
That's why I said happiness
no more.
is a choice. Like, don't nobody owe you shit.
Nothing. And don't put that pressure on nobody else.
Going back, like what you're saying, remembering that you're human, you really have to learn the skill to forgive yourself and allow yourself to fuck up.
It is such a practice.
I don't think there will ever be a time that you'll be able to master it because there will always be some new shit that pops up.
I'm attempting.
Right? You'll think you'll have it figured out, but then some shit will happen. You'll be like, oh, this is some new shit. I gotta figure out how to process this one. But you have to make sure that you have the intention to do that though. It's hard. Perfection is a myth, and trying to be perfect all the time. Because there was a point where that was me. I gotta be perfect. I gotta be polished. I gotta be these things. I felt bad for being angry and feeling the things. And like you were saying, you shouldn't feel bad for feeling the way that you feel. Your emotions are real. And you need to acknowledge them. You can't let them hold you down though. At some point you need to process whatever is making you angry, and you need to start working on letting it go.
No, I feel like that piece of perfection, I've sat with that. Like
it's dehumanizing.
I've watched it was wild. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the movie. And now y'all are never gonna see it because I don't remember the name of it. And when it comes to me, I'll let you guys know. But the premise of the movie essentially is that he's married with a wife. He produces a radio show. He's gonna go home and surprise his wife for her birthday with a cake. And his boss leaves early. He's like, I gotta get out of here, blah, blah, blah. He's like, okay, cool. And he tells him, have fun. I'm celebrating the missus's birthday, blah, blah, blah. He gets home to walk in on his fucking boss fucking his wife.
What movie is this?
Literally, and I kid you not, this is the first like 3 or 4 minutes of the movie. Like, and it's in the premise of the movie, it was wild because it wasn't my life, but it was my life. Like, I could relate to the series of unfortunate events that were happening for him. So he's moving through this, right? He's now like, and it's crazy because he watches them. They're like fucking. He's like watching this, and he's like, because originally he walks in the house and can't find his wife, and he's like, where the fuck, like. So he goes to the bedroom like, honey, are you okay? Like, are you in here type thing? He's holding the cake. I think he's holding a cake, or maybe he put it down on the dining table. He sits down. And he doesn't say anything for a second because he's like, the word gobsmack comes to my head. Like, he's like just completely he can't, this is happening in front of him, right? Like, his wife, his boss, just like, he's like, what the hell?
Not the claps.
And he's like, and his face. So then when he asks a question, they freak out. They're like, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And then it goes to them. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so blah, blah, blah. And he's like, he's done, right? He's beside himself. He can't do this. He then gets news that, and this is how his story even like means anything. He gets news that his dad passes away. So he has to go to his family's house and they're not. And it's funny because I don't think their family is Jewish, but they had to do this Jewish tradition, and they're all irritated. They're like, we're all not Jewish. Why are we doing this? But it's because it's like their mom believes in this tradition, so they have to be with each other for 5 days, and they're essentially, it's this mourning that they're all supposed to be in, and they're around each other as siblings, and each of the siblings has a different story as to their connection with the other. But his connection with his sister is really interesting to me, and they're sharing this moment on the roof like they did as kids, and he's sitting there recounting like this feeling. He's like, I did everything right? He's asking her, like, I did everything right. I went to school, I married the wife, I wanted to have the kids, like I did everything right, and this still happened to me. How am I supposed to move on? Like, how am I supposed to make life make sense? Like, make it make sense. And she told him, just because you played it safe, no matter which way this shook out, it was going to shake out exactly this way. Whether or not she was who you were supposed to be with, whether or not you led a life safely or you didn't, that it's neither here nor there. In this moment, understand whether you played it safe or you lived completely on the edge. The decisions that were made, the things that are supposed to happen, the stuff that is supposed to unfold is going to unfold regardless. And it was this moment for me where it was like, whoa, I can't proof the world to myself, and I can't use perfection or control of a situation. And I feel like that's a lot of what it is. I like to have control over situations, not because I want to control the situation, but because I want to minimize the ability for me to become misunderstood. And I feel like
that's real. When
that happens, it's when I become misunderstood, my anxiety gets too high. And so I try to limit that by over-explaining or having conversations that people don't want to have or don't need to have. And in that moment, I feel I need to have it because I don't want to be misunderstood, instead of just saying, oh, okay, I can see how like that may have been offensive. I can move on from that, and not making it this whole thing, like feeling like I shouldn't have done that because I knew better, because I've been educated, because no, I'm human and I messed up.
Because it goes back to like what you said. You don't want people to think that is part of your character.
Right.
You don't want to think that,
especially
when you work so hard to be that positive person, to be that support system.
Right, and to be non-problematic. Yeah, so then when you're problematic, it's like, ooh.
Yes.
Fuck.
And I think it's really important to give yourself that grace. Oh, I love that word. You have to give yourself that grace.
Mm-hmm. Grace and
space. I also think other people have to give you that grace too. Because you can genuinely tell when somebody is speaking from a place of not knowing or
it's not a willful ignorance.
It's not a willful ignorance.
It's like, oh shit, I really just didn't know. Like it was ignorant as fuck.
This is literally, it's conditioning. Like this was for
I
us,
had no
this
idea.
was normal. I guess I'm finding out right now that it's not normal and it's a problem, and that's very real. But I think it's also important for loved ones to also give you grace as well,
right,
and allow you to fuck up, because for the most part, when somebody really knows you and knows your character, you can tell when a bitch is being, like we said, just doesn't know, and when a bitch is being intentionally
just
maliceful.
Right.
Is that a word?
Malice-filled, malicious.
There you go. Malicious. That's what it is. Not maliceful. You can tell when somebody's trying to be an asshole and be a dick.
On purpose.
Fully in everything.
Yeah, and I think that's where I think other people's patience, I feel like we've also been, society is so weird right now in this way where everybody wants to be politically correct, but nobody's like politically correctly inclined to like actually understand what any of those words mean. And we get into this like,
it feels like people are like, okay, I'm not going to say this, but I don't want to, because I don't want to be offensive. But do you know why it's important for you to?
Do you know why it's offensive?
Yes.
Like,
do you understand why it's offensive? Do you understand why you need to verbalize or the actions you need to take need to be a certain way because of A, B, and C? Do you understand that? Are you doing it just to get through, or are you doing it because you genuinely care and want to grow as a person?
Right. There's moments where it's like, okay. And I feel like because Seattle has a lot of pacifying culture when it comes to a lot of things, it's very hard and very difficult to have some of those honest conversations, because I've learned that this idea this idea of leveling up and meeting people where they're at, for me, I understand in certain contexts, like folks haven't had access to being able to talk about things in a way that's like informed or in a way that's like non-harmful or non-problematic or non-toxic. Like these are because those things, because toxicity and harm and the overall like fuckery is just ingrained in our culture. It's like some folks have not been able to communicate in a way that's like not fucked up, which is fine. Like sometimes the only way to get it out is to get it out. And I feel like there does have to be that grace on all ends, like on the end of folks that are informed and are educated. You need to be patient with people that are not informed and are not educated, because the only way they're going to figure that out is by asking those questions. And oftentimes, like, the way that we were brought up when it comes to asking questions is very punitive. It is very, you didn't know that, why wouldn't you? And it's like, if I did know it, I wouldn't ask. If I did know it, I wouldn't have asked the question. Like, I wouldn't have wanted to investigate. I wouldn't have wanted to seek out. And also, like, on that level of information seeking, it's like, who is this for? And I've really learned to figure out what the fuck and who the fuck things are for when I do talk about things, or when I do go to give energy or invest time into something, that if there is really no reciprocity, who is this for? Like, if there's no give back, if nothing is being poured into my cup, what is this for?
Hard.
Like,
I sure was just about to say, everything you're saying is important. But also, you have to be self-aware to know when a bitch is unteachable and when to move forward.
And not everybody's your project. Stop trying to teach everybody some fucking shit. Like, and this is what happens when folks either start transitioning, folks lose weight, folks learn a new skill, whatever the fuck happens. People then think that, like, they've become the authority on it. And now because they're the authority on it, or their experience has been had, now they want to talk to everybody about it. And it's great, right? In the beginning, up until you have the 30th, 40th, 50th nigga come ask you a question that you no longer want to answer, because not everybody is entitled to your story. You do not have to disclose or share every single little detail about your life. Those are gifts. And I feel like we've come into this thing where people think that because they have education, now their job is educator. And I have to educate. And like, they can't turn it the fuck off. Like, you don't have to educate all the time. And you have to know when somebody is needing education and when somebody needs you to just talk to them. When somebody needs you to just say something to them. But there are other people.
I think it's also important to know when not to say shit at all.
Yeah, and some people.
Because sometimes I'm like, that labor and that energy, you don't have to do that. You don't have to. If you feel the need and you feel like you can get through, cool. But you don't feel obligated to have to do that.
Yeah, turn it off. Like, turn those pieces. And anybody who is an educator, an activist, an artivist, a teacher, an artivist.
I love it.
And art is activism.
I've never heard that before.
Like, anybody who's in any position to be leading or be in power or having agency towards decision making, it is not your job to continuously educate people from a standpoint of education. And don't use education as your deflection method either. People use education as manipulation and getting folks out of how they feel, or getting folks not to say things, or using words like gaslighting and not knowing what it means, using words like partnership, not knowing what it means,
but that goes back
all
to
this buzzword crap.
Yeah, but that goes back to application.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can, at least I think I can do it. I think you're good at doing it. When you really do self-work and you really do apply the things and the tools that you've been taught in order for self-preservation, you can clock when somebody genuinely knows what they're talking about, and it's based off examples of how they have applied it. It's not just them saying something that you can literally Google. Because I have, like, what you're talking about, and I know who you're talking about. You see things like that. It's like, you're saying these words, and these are buzzwords, and these are words that are going to make you sound like you know what you're talking about.
You sound educated. But apply the theory.
Yeah. What is the application? Because that's what's missing. I'm like, we know what this is, because certain things, I'm like, that's common knowledge. That's common knowledge.
You could have Googled
the application, that is something that is different for every individual.
And that's what's wild though. And the preparation, the execution of those behaviors. And what I think has helped me is understanding that behaviors are learned just as much as they're taught. And I feel like falling victim to your past and blaming your past for the reason that you act and do and all this shit now, it's the scapegoat. And it's weird to me to think that like the allowance of future tenses and definitions that are so absolute. Like, don't sit here and tell me that you're going to be like this forever because of some past experience that you had way back when. And that past experience from way back when is trauma that you don't believe that you have, that is in fact like dictating your current behaviors. And that's what's wild to me, is like putting those pieces together. You won't be able to until you admit there's something wrong with the way I feel right now. And not that the way that you feel is wrong, but the way that I feel is not comfortable. How would this become comfortable? Like, what is it going to take for me to live comfortably in my skin?
Your feeling is real, but it just doesn't feel good to feel it.
It's not.
Like, that's literally what it is.
And that discomfort is happening on purpose. Like, it's happening to get it the fuck out of your body. Like, to get that away from you.
But you have to, it goes back to that self-awareness though. You have to be able to recognize that and actively engage with it in order to fix the problem. And
how do you recognize, how does self-awareness happen? How are you able to recognize things in your body?
Are you asking me?
Just in
personally?
general, like as a process. But like for you personally, yes, because your experiences are informed by your existence. So yes, you personally.
Damn, you would ask me a deep ass question when I'm sleepy as shit. I guess I would say for me, actively taking a step back from everything and being with self and setting boundaries for myself. A lot of times when we hear people talk about boundaries, I think excuse me. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Let me start over. A lot of times when we talk about boundaries, it seems like most people assume that what you're talking about is boundaries that you have to set for other people. But you don't hear people talk a whole lot about boundaries that they have to set for themselves. And it's important to set those boundaries in order to maintain your peace. As I'm talking through this now, I think I have an answer for you. For me, it's, I recognize that when I feel like my peace is starting to be fucked with. When my peace of mind is starting to deteriorate, or did I say that right?
Deteriorate?
Yeah.
You know what you said. Y'all heard
y'all know what I said. Y'all
know
shit.
what they heard.
I'm sleepy. Kiss my ass. But if a situation, a person, if something really does start to mess with my peace of mind, that's when I know I need to take a step back and I really need to look at self and look at my surroundings and my environment and try to figure out what are the things that are causing me to feel this way and how do I need to change how I engage with those things, whether it's to completely disengage from them all the way, or if it's more so, okay, I just got to set boundaries with myself. I can still be in this environment, but I can't be in this environment the way that I usually am. Because when I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it right now, it's starting to fuck with me. And I can't do that. I cannot do that. And I would say that the way I learned that is... back to what we full circle moment, what we were talking about, is when I had my first breakdown 4 or 5 years ago. Like when you hit that low, you have nowhere else to go but up.
Right.
And when you hit that low, you're forced to look at it. I know for me personally, when it comes to my own depression and my anxiety, the reason why I'm able to overcome it is because I look at it as an inconvenience and a waste of time. Bitch, I do not have time to be fucking miserable. And on top of that, one of the things that I value a lot is time. So if I'm being sad, if depression is kicking me in my ass, anxiety is chopping me in my throat, bitch, I want to fight because that thing is to me, it's taking time away from the things that I want to do. It's taking time away from my happiness. It's taking time away from my productivity. It's taking time away from everything. And it goes back to what I said. Happiness is a choice. I am choosing to look at these things, figure out why I feel this way, process whatever I need to process, and then implement whatever I need to do in order to move forward, because I'm not fucking staying here.
Right.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm. You can't. And I feel like that makes sense for every person. There's a level, whether it's in like hearing what Android has said or hearing anything that like I've mentioned, there's a level where you find a process that works for yourself, whether that's like understanding your values, and like for Android, that's around time. So making sure that the way that you check and like keep your accountability about yourself when you do hit a slump or a rock or a hard spot, it's like, okay, how am I going to bring myself to snap out of things? Like for me, that means I literally have to take a shower and I have to write. And I have to write, and I have to write, and I have to write, and I have to write until I can't keep writing about whatever this is anymore. And not in a way where like it's too painful or it's too much. I have to write until I've gotten it all out of my body, until it's somewhere else, not in my head. Because if not, I'm going to keep thinking about it, whatever the fuck it is. It could be thinking about building a building, and I'm thinking about 600 different ways to build the building. Until I get it out, it's not going anywhere, and it will keep me awake. Like it will force me into just trying to do something about it, trying to come up with a way to get it out. And I feel like in building practices of self-awareness, like understanding how you hold stress, how you hold anger, how you hold tension, and where you find happiness and where you find space and like relief are all really important in terms of like how you inform your own self-care, like quote unquote emergency plan. If there was you have like your daily routine and your daily plan, but if there's you get into a situation, or you get into a moment, or you get into a panic, you get into this thing where you need to figure out how to ground yourself, having self-awareness about yourself and the ways in which why you move the way you move, how you're doing that, why you feel certain things, why this feeling comes up if this thing happens, why this smell makes this thing feel this way, why you feel comfort, why you feel happiness, why you feel angst, like all of those things. Having that plan for yourself will help inform not only how you want to be treated by other people, but what you allow yourself to encounter, what you allow your energy to be around. Like those things, you will become very specific almost. Like it'll be this thing where it's like, no, I choose not to engage in that. Like I really would rather not hang out with this group of people because this is just drains my energy for no reason other than to drain it. Like I don't get anything from this. This is not, and it's not self-serving in the way where it's like, you're being self-righteous, but you're self-serving in the way where you have to begin to pour into people that are pouring into you. Stop making the first phone call. Stop texting first and see how often you are reached out to. Like those things are important because you begin to realize what things need to be let go and when and how and where, as opposed to making yourself available and accessible to too many people for too many things to appear like this person, when like in actuality, the only person you need to be and appear to is like you. And oftentimes some of us don't realize how bad we are at showing up for ourselves.
It's important for you to show up for yourself because there are going to be times that no one else can show up for you.
Ain't nobody else gonna do it for you.
Yeah, there are going to be times where no one else is going to be able to. And it's really, when those times happen, it is very important for you not to take that shit personal. It's so, yes, it's sometimes you have to understand that, oh God, this just makes me think of a past relationship. I'll go ahead and just use this as an example. During the pandemic, I was in a relationship, and it's not my current relationship now. And during that time, there were things that my partner really, really wanted from me. And I wanted to be able to give those things to them so bad. But I can't. And the reason why I'm telling this story is because we ended up having a conversation, and I had to explain to them the difference between want and can't. I want to give you what you are asking me for so bad right now, and it breaks my heart that I can't do it. And I can fully acknowledge that it's not fair that you're not able to get those things from me. However, I am dealing with my own shit. And I have to, I refuse, and I say this to everybody, I will never prioritize somebody over myself.
You can't.
I will never prioritize somebody over myself. Because if I do that, eventually I'm not even going to be able to show up for you the way that you need me to. So I'm fully acknowledging that I can't, and understand it's not that I don't want to. I cannot do it. I cannot push myself further than I already am, because if I do, I'm going to be in the fucking sunken place. And it's going to be bad for me, and it's going to be bad for you. And I don't want to put that on you.
Or on all our emotional well-being should never be at the cost of somebody else's mental health. Like, in relationships, people have to figure out that line and that boundary very, very clearly of, like, how am I asking my partner to show up for me, and what are the ways I'm showing up for myself? And also, like, my partner can't be my everything. And in COVID, that is very, very fucking hard in terms of, like, the physical space you share. There's a lot. But, like, your partner cannot be your everything, in the sense that if they're managing or figuring or helping or they can support. I can help. I can say, yes, babe, I would love for you to do that if you asked me this, that, and the other thing.
But I'm going to take it a step farther. It's not, to me, it's not even just partners. Any kind of relationship, you can't do that.
Well, real shit.
Any kind of relationship.
I feel like the most practiced place, though, is like, and the most prominent place you can see that take place in, like, very visibly, is partnership. Like that. It's obvious in a relationship like that. I feel like when it comes to friendships or like work relationships, it's less obvious because we pacify those things.
It's romantic relationships, but also family.
Those
are the two
those
where
are closest.
Yeah, there's like there's a pressure of obligation that you have to do these things, even when you are at your worst. And I'm like, no, that's not how that should fucking be. What the fuck are you talking about right now? The other side of that coin, though, too, is to understand that not everybody has the tools to support you the way that you need to be supported. And you can't make somebody feel guilty for that. You can't make somebody feel bad for that. You also need to do your due diligence in looking at your relationships, whether it's romantic, platonic, friendships, family, whatever. You have to make sure that you examine those things and recognize whether or not this person can give you what you want. And if they can't give you what you want, that's okay. It doesn't mean that you can't have a relationship with them. It doesn't mean that you have to completely cut them off, or, like I said, you don't need to make them feel bad. You can try to do the labor and say, hey, this is what I need in a friendship. This is how I would like from you to show up for me. And if they can't show up for you, you go from there. Or you do your due diligence and you find friends, family, whatever, who can provide that for you. And still hold on to that relationship where they can't. Because every relationship, you're not going to get everything that you need. You're not. I think what's important is that you need to make, there's some key factors for you that you need in your relationship that you need to establish with whoever it is. It's kind of like a checklist. In order for me to have a successful friendship, relationship, whatever the fuck it is, the dynamic is, I would like for this person to show up in, I don't know, just throwing out a number. I have 5 things. As long as they can show up for me and like 3 of them, 3, 4, we're good. But anything below 3, it probably won't work. That's just me spitballing numbers. That's not a realistic thing, but I'm just trying to use some shit as an example.
Yeah, I feel like there has to be accountability to that process, and like what you will and will not tolerate, and like what you will and won't allow your peace to be disrupted by. Because I feel like if I'm gonna be somebody who's gonna invite other folks into my space or other energies into my area, it's because I trust that that energy is gonna provide something for the space that is necessary and it's needed. But if you're gonna be in a space and that space or that energy is disruptive to my space and my energy, it's like, okay, well, wait, I have to reassess like that. And that's what's interesting is in the last year, I've done a lot of like building space. And recently there's been a couple people who have reached out that that there was space created with, and right now it's a question whether or not I want to engage back. And so it's something about my own process that I've had to like really investigate and really figure out. So stay tuned for that. But
I can't wait to hit stop on this record button so you can tell me who we're talking about.
Right. But
ooh, I love tea.
But you know, y'all, that brings us to our episode. I feel like if anything
brings us to our episode.
Our episode close, yeah. The way that I wanna leave you all is just with an intention and with a note that I think it had somebody like told me, I would have taken things a little differently. And it was just like as I went through my own process, I was like, damn, okay. There's an element of like taking things personally that we talked about in this podcast, that people feel that it was about them. The situation's about them. And it's like, no. In this moment, if you thought for a second maybe it has something to do with something outside of you, or in this moment maybe you're taking the situation a little too seriously, there's a way to understand that while yes, there's something happening in this situation, the situation may not be about you, and you may actually be experiencing it or may be happening around you, but do not take it on as your own personal, this is about you, or this is against you, or this is happening to you. And not taking things personally, you'll find that you can shed a lot of angst and find a lot of different peace when understanding that if it doesn't apply, and not in a way where like it can't be true about you, but if this is not informed enough to say anything about you, it's not about you. And like, let the things that you want to have true about yourself be true about you, and work on those things. And the things that you want to work on or improve, challenge yourself to really figure out where that stuff comes from, identify it and work at it. Because this stuff isn't going to disappear overnight, and it's not going to disappear over the course of 30 years. This is a day by day making sure and gradual investment in becoming a better being. And becoming a better being looks like, damn, I've been through some fuck shit, and sometimes the world is a fuck place. How do I continue not to allow that continue to harm other people? So just, if anything more, take the shit with a grain of salt and understand it's a day by day process, but you're worth the outcome if you decide to invest in that opportunity. So I really do appreciate you all and your listening and our gabbing and bantering and spaciness as we try to figure this out. Yeah, Android, how you feeling?
Sleepy as hell.
Oh shit.
Bitch, I'm so tired. I woke up at 6:30 this morning without an alarm. I was like, what type of bullshit? Anyway, if I have any advice to our listeners, it would be to check your ego at the door. Because your ego,
that nigga there will get you in trouble.
Baby, she will get you in trouble, and she will hold you back from your blessings like nobody's business.
That nigga
and it keeps you from learning those valuable lessons. And it piggybacking off what you said, like, sometimes it's not about you, girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. Sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with you. Even when they say it does, sometimes it really don't. And it's hard to accept that. And it can be really difficult to be able to recognize that too. But leave your ego at the door. It's so important.
Yeah, that nigga will get you in trouble.
Yeah, and
for trying to be somewhere it ain't supposed to be.
Exactly.
For trying to be somewhere it got no business being.
Exactly. I would say don't be afraid to actually look at self. It's so important to do, and to me that's the only way that you can have those full circle moments. Because if I look back at where we were a couple years ago, baby, we were in the trenches. And when we talk about parallels, baby, I would be calling you crying one day and you'd be there for me. And then 3 days later, some similar shit would happen and you'd be crying. I'd be like, I'm on my way, baby. But
the fuckery that ensued, y'all, I never asked for. I still couldn't tell you. I don't understand.
But that's how we came up with this name of the show. I'm like, we ain't asked for none of this bullshit.
Nah,
Why is it happening?
We were sitting on the couch, and I was like, this shit we never asked for. And we're like, that's the name of the podcast. Because no, real shit. I didn't ask for none of it. But without it, even in that temporary spot that it was in, it was necessary. Like, I would not have come into the happiness that I've come into without the tribulation of really figuring out what I wanted that happiness to look like. And it couldn't be conventional anymore. It couldn't be what it was. This idea that like it was going to return to business as usual it wasn't a thing for me.
No,
I had to elevate and choose different to be different, and it was a humbling process.
Yeah, but that's what I go back to when I was saying earlier before you verbalized it in a way that made sense to me and where you were coming from. It's why I say, what did I say?
Damn.
I'm so tired.
That's why I say, what did I say?
I lost my train of thought again. Oh, well, y'all better get used to that, girl. Sometimes I get it back, sometimes, but I don't think I'm going to get it back right now. I'll just say this. Looking at the last 2 years for me, I was... Bitch, I do not want to cry on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me go ahead and take my glasses off now.
Oh. Yo, we had the Fifis.
And I'm going to let myself feel it. God damn it.
Android and Desire featuring the Fifis.
I was struggling. Oh, shit. I was struggling so much to show up for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like nobody cared. I didn't think anybody loved me. It was, when I tell you I was at my lowest, then that was all, 29? We're in what, 2022?
It's 2020.
That was all in 2020.
Christ.
And then some of that shit spilt into the following year with all types of shit. And I spent that whole year processing so much. And if I look at where I'm at now compared to that, I'm in the most beautiful and healthy relationship of my life. I have a clear understanding of what my purpose is, what I want to accomplish. I have clear boundaries that I have set for myself. I have figured out ways to maintain my sanity and my peace when my depression and my anxiety tried to creep her wrinkly old ass up on me. I can genuinely say that I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that I haven't been able to say that for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I didn't think I was going to cry in the first episode. This some bullshit. I'm a G!
Oh, as they put their glasses back on. No, I feel that. I feel like give yourself the grace and the space and the understanding that you're only going to know to deal with what you've encountered prior. And if you've never encountered this before, you're not going to know what to do. So trust yourself to build yourself through any of those processes, whatever they are. It could be a breakup, a new job, a new city, the loss of a loved one, whatever it is. And just, it was powerful. It was very powerful to go through the processes that we went through.
Also, let's retire the saying, I got to get my shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's retire that. I think that's a myth. Because to me, that goes back to perfection. Because you're never always going to have your shit together. You're not. What I like to say now is learn to maintain your shit.
Mm-hmm. I always say there's a plan in place. There's a plan in place. It could change.
Mm-hmm. Learn to maintain it. Because shit is always shifting around. And bitch, you need to learn how to adapt and pivot when need be.
Right. Give yourself the space and the grace to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got this.
Yeah. We love y'all. Thank y'all for listening to our first episode. We did it, friend. Shit. And going off what we talking about, have we not learned all the lessons we did and did all the self-work? Bitch, we probably wouldn't be doing this motherfucking podcast.
Mm-hmm. Just love us to the shit, y'all. It's deep. And now y'all go be deep by yourselves. Go take a bubble bath or something. Think about your life.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Oh.
Bitch, I'm about to do that. Get out of my house so I can go to bed.
We going to bed.
I'm tired. Shit,
Good night,
I'm about
y'all.
to wash my ass.
Have a good one. We'll be back next week. Until then, take a nap.
All right.
Eat your vegetables.
Eat your greens, your leafy greens.
Have the good sex.
Ooh, I had some of that on Monday. You know what? Let me go.
And the great thoughts. and the happy memories and the happy times. We'll see y'all next week.
And that's a wrap, y'all. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Join us next week for another episode of Shit We Never Asked For. New episodes drop every Wednesday. Don't forget to comment, subscribe, and hit us with those 5-star reviews, honey.
Make sure to follow us on Instagram and Twitter at NeverAskPod for new updates, upcoming content, and featured projects.
You can also show all the love by joining our Patreon. Your support allows us to continue bringing you quality content. Hell, we made it even easier for y'all by dropping all the links at the bottom. It's all in the episode description. Go click it. Thank you.
And with that, there's no more to be said. We're going to see y'all next week. Y'all know where to find us. Peace.
Bye, y'all.
Hear ye. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Duke of Gaming, the first and last episode 42. I'm your host, Thomas, the Duke of Anime. And it's good to be here this week with my fellow Dukes of Gaming. First and foremost, we have the Duke of Design. How are you, Ben?
Oh, you picked me first. You never picked me first. Well, I was not prepared.
Oh, man. We're changing that. You're first every time.
Oh, no, God.
Every single time.
God,
in response there.
Oh, man.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Very stoked for the release of The Witch Queen on Tuesday. As you guys know, it's my first release that I worked on Destiny. So I'm super pumped. Also pumped about some other games coming out this week. Can't wait to talk about them.
Excellent. I'm happy for you, and I'm happy to play the Witch Queen. So it's going to be a good week. And of course, we have the Duke of Nostalgia. How are you doing, Taylor?
My tummy hurts. My tummy wummy hurts.
Oh.
But I'm okay. I'm doing good.
All right, that's good. That's good. Tell us why your stomach hurts.
Yeah, dude.
My stomach is hurting because I ate some bad cow tongue.
So, been there.
You know,
it's always the cow tongue, y'all.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Glad you're here with us. Hope your stomach feels better, okay?
Thank you. If I run away from the screen for a second, it's only because like I got my mail showed up, you know. So
And joining us also, and he just disappeared.
He refuses.
Not me,
in a
not
poof
today.
of smoke like a friggin' ninja.
He's back.
No, joining us, we have a Duke who doesn't have a stomach ache, but a little bit of a headache. We have the Duke of Rocket League.
Well, it's eye strain from playing 10 hours of Horizon in 2 days.
Oh man,
Excuses. Yeah. So we are in the center of the best 2 weeks of gaming this year, with the releases of Horizon and what else do we have? Oh, Cyberpunk this week, and then looking forward to Witch Queen and Elden Ring.
And then
So
triangle strategy, of course.
So this may be the best week of gaming because we have the hype of next week and we're enjoying the past week. And also shout out to Matt because he is always here ready to rock and roll.
Shouts out
Matt.
Matt.
Thanks,
Yeah. Shouts out Matt. If we had the little DJ sound booth, we do the little, And I want to introduce you, Alfredo, but when's Triangle Strategy come out?
Right, the week right after Elden Ring, I believe.
God,
yeah,
we're in the eye of a hurricane.
God,
that, and of course, that is Alfredo, the Duke of Education.
Hello, it's me. I'm very stressed because week after week I have to spend $60, and I'm gonna be crying when I read my bank statement. But
in some cases, $70.
Yeah.
So
are there any games that are 70?
Horizon on PS5.
Horizon,
right?
yeah, but I got the cheat code for Horizon by getting the PS4 version, then upgrade for free.
Buy games at Walmart. They're $10 cheaper at Walmart all the time because they buy.
I have to support GameStop.
He's absolutely right.
Okay, they give you a $5 coupon. They give you a $5 coupon. Sell it.
All right.
How else is Alfredo going to pump up the stock price if he doesn't support GameStop?
Exactly. I gotta support physical media, and GameStop is the only one who is doing it. So gotta support them.
Yeah, buy NFT from GameStop too. They're giving those away too.
Just let me know when it's available. I'm ready.
Soon. Now, of course, we have to start our show with the age-old gamer question. What have we been playing this week? Now, there's a lot that we've been playing in conjunction, but I kind of want to get to some stuff that we've been playing just before we get to the main stuff. So I'll start just real quick. Cole said I should play this game. I put it off. I was like, let me get my paycheck. I feel better. I got my paycheck, and I purchased Walkabout Mini Golf.
Yes.
And oh my God. Cole,
Was I not kidding? Like you
now there's
how surprised were you that this putt game is so good?
There is a show that I don't think comes on anymore, but it came on while I was like in a really good time of my life. And it's called the name of the show is it's like a mini golf show.
Golf show? What?
Yeah, and it was starring Steph Curry. Steph Curry was like the main. He was like,
"What is this?"
Who's the demographic
man.
of this show?
Oh man, it's gonna blow me what the name of the show is. But he was like the main. He wasn't like the MC, but he was like the main like mascot of the show. And it would be these people doing mini golf on these crazy courses. And so I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. And then this game comes along and kind of is that. I'm like, oh, man. So, yeah, I put about maybe 20, 30 minutes into it. Couldn't really put much more time into it. But what I played, I'm like, okay, this is going to be something I play at minimum once a week.
Wait. Okay, I have two questions. One, is this better than Wii Sports Golf? And two, is this game basically like have you guys ever been to indoor mini golf where they literally have like little gimmicks? Oh, you got to put the ball over like 5 different logs and then get in like this rocket launcher or whatever. Is it like that?
There's some stuff, some courses like that, but for the most part, it's really putt. Like the first few levels are like literally you're at like a pirate themed putt course.
Okay,
like you're at a tourist trap. It's called tourist trap.
Sweet.
But what makes it so good is the physics are perfect. Like you literally feel like the vibration when you hit the ball feels top notch, and like the frame rate, the way everything runs, the audio, like it's so immersive. It's kind of like Rec Room, not Rec Room. I'm sorry, Alt Space, because of how you communicate and you talk. Did you build your avatar and everything too?
Yeah. It is really intuitive, and like you said, the rumble. It's the best I've felt in a Quest game so far.
Yeah. And the way the ball comes off the putter, which I'm not a golf player at all, but it feels exactly how you would expect it to feel if you were playing putt. You feel like it's so subtle. It's so subtle. Like it's not like this Wii game where you let go and it kind of sucks it to the hole, Yeah. It's legit. Like you miss putts and they lip out and everything, and it's great. It is. I can't believe how good it is.
It's excellent. And the show I was thinking of, Holy Moly. And
That's what it's called?
And yes, it's called Holy Moly. And the main person that hosted was Rob Riggle. And if anybody knows Rob Riggle, he's hilarious. he's always in like those Will Ferrell movies.
Was
He's
he in the Wiggles?
The Wiggles?
Yeah.
Never heard. Is that a
You
show?
never heard of the Wiggles?
Oh,
You've heard of
Rob
Holy
Riggle.
Moly?
Yeah,
What
good
is-
good point. Good point.
Holy moly.
The Wiggles?
Yes.
I never heard of this.
Nick Jr. classic, The Wiggles. How dare you?
Come on. I think I do remember that. I remember that show being trash, but
I mean,
that's a conversation.
It's a baby show.
Yeah, that's like Out of the Box. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah, I remember Out of the Box. That was a
It's
great show.
Junior out of the box, like it's the baby version of that. But I digress.
Oh man. So yeah, that's the other game. Was there any other games that we've been playing besides our core 3 games we want to talk about? Going once, going twice. And we are on to our first game, which is Destiny 2. Now, who's been playing Destiny 2 here?
I'm always playing Destiny 2. Let's be honest.
And I've been playing Destiny 2. I think I put like 1 hour in this week because it's just been a busy week.
So we got to give credit to Ben because he turned us back onto this game. But not for him, none of us would have been playing this game right now. And I feel like we would be missing out because the game is so good. But we definitely had to have that Sherpa. And I will say the apprentice has become the master because now Thomas is now learning some Ben tricks and he's teaching me some things every time I get on Destiny.
I showed you how to upgrade your weapon and everything.
Yeah. And he was like, man, I feel like Ben. He was going around pointing me out where everything
I think
was.
I did say that. I think
did,
it was, after like an hour, I was like, hey, I feel like Ben right now.
you gotta walk the new lights through the experience. Is the best way to do it.
Absolutely. I don't know how to
feels
do that.
It feels amazing to actually know what's going on relatively.
Story wise or like game mechanics?
Never story wise for me. I still don't know what's going on. But game mechanic wise and how to like feel good in the game.
Yeah. How to approach what to do and how to follow quest lines and stuff, which is quite tough when you're new.
Mm-hmm.
But Ben, you want to tell the story of what we did? What me and Alfredo did?
Well, we jumped into another dungeon. It was funny because
my first dungeon.
Yeah, dungeons are higher level content in Destiny 2. So
Tell them how long it took, Ben, for my first dungeon. You thought it would be a good idea for a 3-hour dungeon.
Yeah, it took us almost 3 hours to get through this dungeon. 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is
Alfredo,
a lot longer than it should have taken.
It could have been worse, Alfredo. It could have been that Sea of Thieves. I don't even want to know how many hours we spent on that time with Sea of Thieves.
I had a lot of fun.
It was very comparable. But I will say the dungeon, this was more fun because like, I don't know. It was just incredible.
The game mechanics worked.
Yeah. we almost gave up and we pushed through.
We did.
Like one time and then we pushed through again and we got on that last time. And I don't know how many times we had like all of us were dead except one and then we revived, then the other one revived all of us. And
at least like 5 times.
But like worst thing, like on our run where we beat the boss, my microphone went out 15 minutes from the end. So I was like pacing around the room, standing up, playing, popping it in, and like during little breaks trying to fix my mic and everything. It's pretty important to have that
communication is very important in this type of content in raids and dungeons. So like having your mic go out 15 minutes from the end when we're already getting so close to dying from the boss, and it's like past midnight. So we all said like, okay, this is our last chance.
One more time.
Yeah, we're gonna one more time, and it's taken us. We had to go through like 4 or 5 damage phases because we just could not get damage on the boss for the first couple. So yeah, it was
quite
past
drawn out. Midnight for binge time. For me and Alfredo, it was after 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
we were playing this game a long time. I will say though, I was pleasantly surprised because I'm somebody who doesn't play FPSs except for Overwatch. That's the only one I'll do. Anything else, I won't really play. So I was a little bit hesitant about getting into Destiny just because I've tried to before and it just has such a, I'd say, convoluted starting process, like a steep learning curve just to figure out where to go and all of that. But having been there was invaluable because he can pretty much guide us there. But in the actual dungeon, I was pleasantly surprised at how complex the dungeon was. Like, it's not just, oh, you're shooting, just headshot, quick scope. Like, it's not about just doing that. Every encounter is kind of like a puzzle, which is kind of fun to it. Like, it's not like Lara Croft puzzling or like something like the Witness puzzle, but it's more like, oh, you have to stand here specifically in order for this to happen while killing these certain enemies, and then this will trigger a chain reaction, which means you have to figure out how to do things efficiently and smartly without dying. Like, it's a really smart shooter,
It's amazing.
which I feel like is really underrated. At least I've never seen them in the stereotypical games like Call of Duty and Quake, all of those things. But yeah, it was super fun, even though it took 3 hours.
And it gives that communication element to it, where we all have to be on the same page. And if you're not all on the same page, you're just straight up not going to beat it. You know, same thing, same way for the raid too. In the raid, it's even harder, I feel like, because there's 6 people that got to be in conjunction.
Yeah, when you drop off comms, me and Ben were still able to communicate and be like, okay, Cole's got me, he's here, or like, Cole, can you get us? No answer. But between us, and we were already at the end of the content, so it was fine. We figured it out. But yeah, it was honestly so much more fun than I thought it was gonna be. Just because I'm still scarred about that Sea of Thieves dungeon we did.
Oh my god. That was fun too. That was fun in a different way.
It was fun. It was,
Yeah.
but it was also kind of frustrating. This one wasn't frustrating. It was more like everything was our fault instead of us trying to fight the game.
And the combat is good. When you're playing Sea of Thieves, like, the combat is terrible. And you just it's more monotonous, and you're just ready. Oh, when's this going to end? When's this going to end? I was enjoying the challenge, but for it being 2:00 in the morning. But anyway.
And we've added a new Duke to our Destiny's clan. We have clams coming in
next week. Coming in hot. Jinx.
Right in time for the Witch Queen.
Right, and that is going to be a challenge. that's truly when this like gaming hurricane is going to really ramp up. Because Witch Queen drops, and then we're 3 days away from Elden Ring.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out. We're thanking this Ben, but I want to thank a different Ben. Ben from the coffee shop I used to work at. You gave me Destiny for Christmas. I'm sorry I never opened it. You know, you're welcome for all the free coffee I gave you. But now I'm finally playing Destiny. So hey, you know.
Did he give you a $60 copy?
He gave me a $60. It was brand new. It was the week Destiny came out. He was in love with Destiny. He would come in every day talking about it. And the Christmas after Destiny came out, he bought it for me. And I don't know how much it was, but it was brand new in box, wrapped and sealed, and I never ever played it. So, and I literally just remembered his name was Ben too. So I was like, no way. Yeah.
So you had to have another Ben be your guardian.
Had to have another Ben bring me in. So thanks, Bens. All Bens, thank you.
Any closing thoughts on Destiny, y'all?
Destiny not ad over. Not an ad.
I'm sure we'll have more thoughts next week.
No, it's great though. Like, just to leave it on that, like, Destiny is great. Yeah, everybody gives it a lot of crap, but I feel like a lot of people do because it's so good, and there's a very hardcore fan base, you know. And I feel like they're hard on it, but it's one of the most special experiences in gaming.
From what I played of the single player, which is only Forsaken so far, the single player is also really fun too. Yeah. I played it just without any friends, but you can play it co-op because I don't have any. So,
R.I.P. Cade. Now we are going to trade Guardians for Street Kids, Nomads, and Corpos because some of us have been playing the re-released or updated Cyberpunk 2077. Who here has played Cyberpunk 2077 this week?
I have.
So sounds 2 of us. This is your first time playing, right?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Yeah, let's you lead, then I'll kind of like go off of you since this is my returning to Night City.
After hearing about and seeing the state that Cyberpunk was in, I decided to wait, even though I was hotly anticipating this game. I mean, I was really, really looking forward to it. But I was not gonna have my first experience of the game be less than it could be, I guess. So I waited for the next gen version, and I said, when the next gen version comes out, I'll play it. But when the announcement happened, I was like, oh man, it's so crowded. I'm definitely not gonna be able to beat it before this other stuff comes out. But I couldn't help myself. I was like, it's there. It's there sitting on my console. This is the PS5 version.
You already bought it.
Yeah, exactly. I had already purchased it, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna jump in. It was funny because I was kind of fooling myself. I was like, all right, I'll make a character. I'm not gonna like spend much time on the creation screen. I just want to like get in there and see how it is, and then I'll put it down and I'll make a new character later when I come back to it in a couple months. But no. I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep playing. First of all, I will say that this game still feels like it's in a just launched state. I mean, it is not fundamentally broken the way that it was, but I had a soft lock within the first 20 minutes of the game.
Oof.
Where I had to restart because the game just totally froze. And then I had a hard crash within an hour of that. I haven't had any other crashes since then, but I've had plenty of other glitches, like companions running into lockers and throwing shit around that's not supposed to be thrown around, and all sorts of nonsense. It's still very buggy, but there's a lot to like about this game.
Yep.
There's a lot to like about this game. And I have really been wanting and really been longing for an experience akin to the Fallout games, like a first-person role-playing game in an open-world environment where I'm like, oh, what's that? That's interesting. Let's go do that. Oh, this caught my eye on the way. Let me go do that. This thing where I'm like immersed in a world and I'm just getting lost in it and I'm having a great time doing it. And this game definitely has that, despite its flaws. There's not as much role playing here as I would have liked. I think it's very much like The Witcher in that way, where you're playing a defined character, but Geralt is a lot more interesting than V is, and Geralt justifies that a lot more than V does. So I do feel like that is a weakness of the game that I'm experiencing right now. However, I didn't get Keanu Reeves until last night. He just showed up. So I'm hoping that injects a little bit more personality into the experience.
What do you think about the atmosphere and the style? Because to me, the atmosphere was the best I'd ever experienced.
It is good, but it is not. It's good, but thinking about the media that it stands up against, like Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell.
Well, let's say if you compare it to video games, though, just what we're used to, as far as like any other games that have atmosphere, I feel like it not much competes with it, game wise.
Yeah, and it is a lot better because of the enhancements. Like Night City feels more alive. The visuals, being able to have much better render distance and visual presentation helps with that. Like helps sell what was already there a good bit more. It is a good atmosphere, and what's really impressive to me is like the just absolute density of the city. How much stuff is stacked on top of other stuff, and how much is interactive. Really dense in a good way.
It's the best open world ever.
Best open world ever. Well, I'm 5 hours in, so I can hardly judge the open world. I mean, I've really only been on the linear quest so far.
I think I'm better able to answer whether it's the best open world ever. I would say no. Because
what do you put, just for frame of reference, what do you put as the best open world ever?
I think that Hyrule from Breath of the Wild has a really good case to be considered the best open world ever. I know you disagree, Alfredo, but just in terms of like how you discover that world, it's so organic in Breath of the Wild where it's like you are legit discovering the world as you're finding these shrines and finding these towers. I thought that was so like different than any other like way to discover a world. But Cyberpunk, just as a constructed, built like environment of story, of all the storytelling that you can do in that world, I think it's second to none. I think it's the best Bethesda game ever. You know, I think that because it really does have that like Skyrim, Fallout structure to it, but it has enough of the things that I love from The Witcher 3 that I think it's kind of fits in the middle of those. Where I can't say it's better as a game than Skyrim or Witcher 3, but I think it's kind of built in the same mold of both of those games. Does that make sense? I know it's a little confusing, but I think that it's built very similar to a Bethesda game. Like, I think the marketing really did this game an injustice because it's basically a Bethesda game to me.
Because it promised too much?
Yeah. Like, I remember previews where they were talking about, oh, you can go into any building. You can, and I'm like, no, you can't. No, you can't. You can go into some buildings, but you can't go into every building. You can't talk to every NPC. Yeah. Every NPC doesn't interact with you. But if you get, like, going back to it from when I played it when it first came out, it made me appreciate it a lot more. Because now with the game, like, for example, the one thing that really took me out of it was the driving. The driving in the original release was terrible. Like, it felt bad driving these nice looking cars. Like, these cars felt lifeless, weightless almost. Like, besides rumble, there was no like weight to these cars. They felt lifeless. Like, when like I'd get all these alerts all the time, hey, you can unlock this car. I'm like, I don't care. Like, all these cars are the same. They feel the same. They're the same car. It's just different style. The updates changed all that. The driving to me is as good as GTA's now, which I'm actually I'm shocked of how much they were able to change. I thought that was something that they could never really. I thought that's something you can't just patch in.
I mean, it has been over a year now, right? I mean, that's something I would expect for them to fix, as well as many of the game-breaking bugs.
I'm happy it's here. I don't think we're gonna get that.
I want third person too. That's the only thing that will make me play this game.
Yeah,
honestly.
me too.
But as somebody who has not played the game and is still, I will within the next couple of months, right after all of these crazy game releases come. But this game reminds me, from what I've seen, a lot of another game called Deus Ex. What first Mankind Divided? I think it had like the new trilogy.
You mean the second one?
Yes.
Human Revolution was the 2011 release, and Mankind Divided was the 2015 release.
Thank you. This game reminds me both of those games in terms of what I would expect out of it. But from the marketing, it seemed to promise more. So I was expecting something along those lines, even though it's coming from CD Projekt Red, and they have to follow up The Witcher. So my question, I guess, is, as the game as it is now with these next gen upgrades, is it better than that game, or is it like along the same lines? Because that game didn't necessarily stand out to me. But it was still it did what it was striving to do pretty well.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Because they're completely different games.
Yeah.
Like, I'd say setting wise, they are very similar.
Mm-hmm.
But even in setting, they're different. Like, they're both cyberpunk, but Deus Ex is a lot different. The vibe is completely different. Like,
this game seems more edgy, whereas that one is more
playfully edgy. Like. Where I don't know how much anime you watch, Alfredo, but it like Deus Ex reminds me more of like a Psychopath.
Okay.
Where it's like serious cyberpunk. Mm-hmm. Like, this is not serious. Like, there are dildos all around the place. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they didn't
like,
that?
Yeah. And I think they patched that out, because I remember when first playing it, there were like an obscene amount of dildos in this game.
Yes, there are.
I think remember
there
that
are. That's the good part.
Is that them trying to be like Grand Theft Auto somehow, some weird way?
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, Cyberpunk feels like Cyberpunk GTA. You know what I'm saying? Deus Ex takes itself very seriously, which I think is for the better for that.
It's not just that too. I mean, I've sung the praises of the Deus Ex games on this podcast before.
Yeah,
I love those games. those games are immersive sims in the style of Thief and
right.
What's another good one? Dishonored. You know,
And this
if you
game
want to
isn't that?
this game is not. This game is an open world. This game is much more akin to The Witcher 3.
It basically is The Witcher 3, just in a different setting, and not third person. Like, it's
Interesting. Okay.
the quest structure is the same, the open world structure is the same. It's just a different setting. So if you like The Witcher 3, I think you'd like this game.
Okay.
Yeah, the only difference, I think Ben pointed it out, is Gerald is his own character, and V is more of an open character. Like, there is a crafted narrative for it, but I think it's way more underwritten than Gerald.
Yeah,
that's probably based on the fact that Gerald has like actual literature behind him. Like, CD Projekt Red didn't create Gerald; like, they adapted him from books. While they created V.
The difficult thing for me is that Geralt had when you're speaking through Geralt's mouth, like when you're choosing your dialogue selection, essentially, or choosing what Geralt's going to do, it all exists within a choice space that makes sense for the existing character. So the fact that it's limited is justified by the fact that you are playing an existing character with motives and you know, an identity. They could have done that for V. They could have established V's identity stronger in what V will do, what V will not do. But they decided not to do that. They decided to make it more like the Fallout games, where you kind of, it's carte blanche, more like.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't work for me because you still have the limited menu of stuff to pick. You still are boxed into the same number of dialogue selections that you would have had for Geralt. I mean, like, it's for the majority of the dialogue in the game, it's like one option that advances the text and a bunch that just expand on what was already set. So it's like dig in deeper or move ahead. And there's not enough. So there's not enough, like, at least in the first 5 hours again, for me, there's not enough. Okay, I'm going to create this V. I'm going to role play. I'm going to set my mark on the character versus like the character is defined. It exists in this uncomfortable middle space.
So what you're asking for is basically like the Paragon system in Mass Effect, kind of, where not just two, Renegade or Paragon, like good versus bad, but more of like in betweens, grays. Like you wanted a more extensive branching dialogue path.
Like I'm saying, it's either or. So we either need a more defined V, and Shepard's a good example, actually, because Shepard was a brand new character with no book baggage the way that Geralt has.
Right.
But Shepard, he or she was defined by the role that Shepard encompassed, right? So like you can't. There's so many things that are precluded by Shepard being the commander of the Normandy. That means Shepard can't be tons of different things that are possible in the Mass Effect universe. That's not the case with V.
Okay, that's
V is like a criminal in the underworld of Night City. So like the menu of options should be so much greater than it actually is,
and
because the identity is just not defined.
That's
and that kind of goes into my chief criticism of the game when it first launched, and that's expectations just weren't met, because that was one of the things they presented that was going to be a thing where you choose this life path, and this life path determines how V is going to respond to different characters. And that basically turned into, you get one more option in the dialogue box that only this life path would say, but it doesn't really matter, and that was just something that they, I call it the No Man's Sky effect, where you promise all these things like, oh yeah, there's multiplayer, you can see other characters. Like, no, you can't. It's like, and that's one of the things where it's like, they said we'd probably be able to do that, and it just didn't turn out to be that way. And so, I think that this update has sparked new life into it. I don't think it will save Cyberpunk, but I do think that, because I think we said, like, was this a good time to release this? Because it is coming in the eye of the storm. Like we already had a stacked February leading into March. And now they just threw this game out there. Like, do we think that was a smart decision?
No.
I think it was.
I think it was too.
Because from what I'm gathering of you guys playing this game, you're saying, okay, it's still not the greatest thing in the world. It's better, but it's not the greatest thing in the world. And I think they probably knew that and were comparing it to, okay, we got Horizon, we got Elden Ring. These are going to be S tier games coming up. And then we have all of these other games coming out. How do we put this out, this highly anticipated next gen game, without people saying we suck
that's
and
true.
we failed again?
It's like Matt said in the chat. He was like, it's going to shield it from other criticism because there's so much else going on. So they're kind of sliding under the radar. Yet, if they had been extremely confident, then they could have hyped it up as being, hey, April, whatever. We're going to come out and release it.
There's only so much they could have added, though. Like, I wanted to kind of temper expectations as to what this was going to be, because there was no way they were ever going to get Cyberpunk to the state in which they promised in those previews and promised in their, like, Nintendo Direct style events. Like, there's no way they were ever going to get it to that point. But they've got it to a point where this is what it should have launched as. Like, I should have always been able to look into the mirror and change my appearance. I should have always been able to go and buy multiple apartments. Like, the driving should have always been good. Like, this stuff should have already been in the game. Now it is, and I appreciate that. But I do think there's they didn't want to overhype this as like, oh, this is Cyberpunk 2.0.
Yeah, as somebody who's jumping in fresh now, I will say, for the question of like whether or not this can save Cyberpunk, it has made the game playable for me. I'm enjoying it. Right? It looks good. It runs well. I'm playing it on the 60 frames per second performance mode. I have dipped into the ray tracing mode a little bit, which does not have ray trace reflection, which stinks, but I understand it. I mean, like, ray trace reflections in this game are incredible. If you haven't seen the PC footage of the ray tracing in this game, you have to look at it because it is a sight to behold.
How'd you think of the ray tracing mode in this? Because I thought it was awful.
It does I mean, going from 60 to 30 is always a difficult transition, but it does not appear to hold 30 on ray tracing mode, which for just ray trace shadows, there's no way that's worth it. I mean, if they eventually add ray trace reflections in a future update, I would consider it, but
you're playing on PS5, right?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I am playing on PS5. As of right now, no, it's not. The fidelity mode doesn't seem worth it at all for me.
Have any of you tried the Matrix Unreal Engine 5 thing?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yep.
How is that? Like,
great.
You remember our impressions of that? That was like I thought it was the game of the year 2021.
I don't think Taylor was there. Yeah, that was really good. You should try it.
It was amazing.
When you get a chance. Like, it's actually really good.
Gotcha.
I do think we should drift into kind of the questions that the chat is posing.
Yeah, I was about to ask that. Yeah. Can Cyberpunk ever recover from their launch? Is that the one you were looking at?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think, what does recover mean? Because I think that to answer the question, you got to understand, like, what does recover mean for them? Because do I think they're going to recover like No Man's Sky recovered? No. I think
I think the big thing to me is, can they recover their brand, the CD Projekt?
Right.
And I don't think they can until their next game comes out. And if The Witcher 4, whatever, and if they nail it with that, then they're good. They've recovered.
I agreed with you guys, because we did talk about this question a number of episodes back, maybe almost a full year back at this point. I agreed with you guys at that point, but playing the game now, and again, what I said earlier, there's a lot to like about this game. I'm sure that there are a lot of people like me who are jumping in for the first time, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people like Thomas who are coming back in and getting a much better experience this time.
Absolutely.
And you think about the timeline of updates that No Man's Sky has had, and how long it took them to get to a point where they basically had everything that they had originally promised in launch. It was something like 2 or 3 years until they added multiplayer. And now I would say that No Man's Sky is better considered than it would have been had everything been rosy. because of the fact that they have supported this thing with free updates year over year.
Yeah.
Now, to Thomas's point, there's no way that CD Projekt Red, the scale of that company and the scale of this game, can support year after year of free updates the way that No Man's Sky has been. I mean, No Man's Sky has basically put out like 3 expansions worth of content for free over the past 6 years, which is totally nuts. However, we know that CD Projekt Red can put out really good expansions. They're not for free, but they're really good. They're some of the best expansions that have ever released for a single player game, right? So I say you put in another year of free updates like the ones that we have been getting on Cyberpunk, and then you put out 2 years of excellent expansions, and then you're only ever selling the Game of the Year edition after that. I mean, I think the sentiment turns around at that point. Like I said, again, there's a lot to like about this game, and so if they can just let that shine, then there's definitely a chance for this game to turn around for sure.
I agree. I agree.
It's speaking from someone who has not played this game yet and is waiting. I will be playing in the next month or so. But from what I'm getting from you guys' impressions is that this is a good game, but there's still a lot that it needs to uncover in order for it to be considered a great game. I also think it's hard for us to compare this game specifically to No Man's Sky because with No Man's Sky, that was a company, I forgot what the company is called, but
Hello Games.
Hello Games, yeah. They hadn't put out anything before that. Like, this was their first big AAA project, and it failed. And with CD Projekt Red, we had The Witcher, and Cyberpunk 2077 was the most hyped game possibly ever to ever even come to fruition, and it tanked. And with that comes no one might ever trust CD Projekt Red again until The Witcher 4 comes out, and it's great. So I think they took the fall even harder than Hello Games did, and it seems like even with this big update and them specifically pushing it out at the time where they can fly under the radar, it doesn't really send that confidence that they even want to stick with this game and make it a No Man's Sky kind of big deal where we'll give it a couple 2-3 years of good development. We're going to focus on this and then make it what you wanted it to be in the first place. Like, that's not the confidence and the signal.
And I disagree a little bit though, because I do think there's value in making the Cyberpunk brand viable again. Because who's to say you don't want to release a sequel in the next decade?
No, I think they will. I think they'll right the ship on Cyberpunk and they'll make it probably great. But I still think there's been long-term damage to their brand because say they have Witcher 3, which was an unbelievable game, widely considered one of the best games of the last generation of all time. Then they roll from that, and if Cyberpunk 2077 had released and it had been the hit we thought it was going to be, they're automatically right there. They're in the upper echelon. They are with, in my book, Naughty Dog and Rockstar, where everything they release is phenomenal. With literally the game industry stops, and it is quadruple A release. You know, like that was the path they were on, but they blew it, and I don't think that they can get that back. Unless I think they have to do a few things. I think they got to turn the ship around on this, release some amazing expansions, like Ben said. Then Witcher 4's got to come out, and it's got to kill it. And then, and only then, they will be considered like, holy shit, CD Projekt Red, like, you know, top.
But do you guys think that as far as expansions go for this game, Cyberpunk, do you think that people will be all gung-ho to pick it up and like try the new Cyberpunk game?
Yeah, I think they can. I think they can do that. I do think they can do that. That's
if the game continually gets better, like they continually make it a better experience. So by the time those expansions do come out, we're playing a game that's not crashing that much. We're playing a game that's adding more little things. I think that it can.
Their long-term goals in this, and I think that they've talked about this before, was to add in online. I don't know that they'll ever do it now, but
they need to.
Yeah, they did.
I hope they slow their horses on that because there's.
But I mean,
a lot more things.
They referred to it as a separate Cyberpunk project that wasn't an online. So I think they were classing that as a different game rather than a GTA online style thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. I also there's this idea that is sort of coming to me where you look at the sales tail that that No Man's Sky has had. I'm not sure exactly why it has lasted so long, because I mean the game still sells incredibly well. It still charts every once in a while when there's a big expansion that comes out.
Probably because it's only like $10.
Well, no, it maybe
No, it's like 30. It's
well,
it's
now
30.
it is.
Well,
It
people see all
wasn't,
these
though.
updates and they're like, "Man, another No Man's Sky update."
Yes,
Okay, well
yes.
then it's time to jump in and check this out.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they've had
So
a lot of
this is my
opportunities too, because they also had like, okay, we're releasing on Xbox now. Oh, releasing on Switch now. You know, so they've had opportunities to kind of brand it differently too. I think that they
and VR.
It's VR as well.
Yeah,
So they've had
but
opportunities
I don't think
to
it's
kind of relaunch it.
I don't think it's just that. I
Okay.
think it is the initial massive marketing push that planted the seed in a bunch of people's head, where if the game had been good on launch, they would have picked it up because they saw the marketing. They were like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Maybe they're not as engaged of a gamer, but they've got a friend who is, and it's like, oh yeah, you show me the trailer for No Man's Sky, that's dope. How is it? The friend's like, it sucks. Then they talk to the friend 3 years later, and the friend's like, oh, I'm playing No Man's Sky again. What? I thought it sucked. No, it's great now. It's actually really great now. That's going to be the narrative for Cyberpunk. So I imagine that Cyberpunk is going to have a really long sales tail, the way that No Man's Sky is, where people kind of keep trickling in because they're like, wait, I thought Cyberpunk was totally broken and shitty. Yeah, but it didn't stay that way. It's not that way anymore. If you buy it now, it's going to be better. That's going to give CD Projekt Red incentive to continue supporting it and to support it with expansions, which I think they need to. I really think that they should not let this sit as it is. I mean, I think they need to redeem the product before they move on to something else.
I need to play this game. I feel like I'm still kind of in the dark. I don't want to play the game for clarification's sake, but I feel like to be more informed about what this game could be and its potential, I need to play it. So Ben, make me play it for a book club.
Yeah, you made a good point. No Man's Sky, they kept hitting with those updates, and then they kept breaking people down. And eventually, with those updates kept coming, they eventually gave in.
And also, so what I was kind of pointing out before was that, so I mentioned how Cyberpunk was $10, but right now it's $30. So what's pretty common, and they did this a lot for No Man's Sky too. So remember how that game tanked like real bad? No, everyone thought it sucked. So the game went down to like $5. It was always on sale, and then once the new update came out, automatically it's bumped back up to $60 because this patch fixed everything. So they reprice it on Steam, locally, in GameStop, everywhere, basically, which is kind of a crazy concept. So it could be that we might see Cyberpunk go back up to $60 when it is actually quote unquote finished.
I also thought the reason why I was going so down in price was because I don't remember it going down in price on digital storefronts. I remember it going down in price in like for the actual disc, and I felt like that was because people were returning it. Like they were the stores were getting all these copies back that weren't even opened.
And hey, at least it wasn't taken off of a digital marketplace.
Right. It wasn't even on PlayStation for a while. That's right. You make a point. So I don't know if it was they made the price $5 or $10. I think it was the stores just charging that because they got to get rid of these games. They have they're not getting new shipments of games. They're literally trying to resell these games that have been returned. I don't know. It's a lot of moving parts with that, but I think it can make a recovery, for lack of a better word. I don't think it's going to be a No Man's Sky recovery, because I feel like that was a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah,
I think that's an amazing story from a studio that really stuck with that game because they kind of had to stick with that game. I don't know what the future games that Hello Games are coming out with. Haven't heard anything.
It's not a once in a lifetime game, right? Because there are
Final Fantasy did it.
Okay, so Final Fantasy probably
that's a good example.
Final Fantasy 14 probably wrote the book on this.
They did. Yeah.
However, also Rainbow Six Siege. And also to a different extent, because it wasn't broken, but Fortnite. Nobody gave a shit about Fortnite when it first came out. But after a rebrand and continuous support of the game, it's now the biggest thing on earth. Right? So this is not, No Man's Sky is not a one and done type situation. But plenty of games are saved like this.
That's fair.
But what I mean is from a single player perspective, because all those other games you mentioned are multiplayer games. I think when you have a multiplayer game, it's a little different. When it's just a single player experience, like most times, like you're gonna get patches, but it's kind of gonna be what it is. That to me is what I mean why No Man's Sky was such a unique thing, because it's really not a multiplayer game. It's kind of just like an exploration single player game for the most part, as far as I know.
Well,
Yeah,
right
that
now,
makes sense, but
now it's multiplayer game actually.
it is.
Right. But when it was making its recovery, it was, still a single player game. That's what I mean by you don't really see single player games change to that extent. That's why I think No Man's Sky is a little unique.
But I would have to suspect that's because you don't typically see single player games supported to the degree that a multiplayer game is supported.
Yeah.
Right.
Because a multiplayer game is expected to continue to live on as the community continues to play it, it gets more attention.
And they can
But
also
there's nothing that like stops CD Projekt Red from giving it more attention, and I think they need to.
Yeah, but it is unique though that they did that, because it doesn't, even though it has happened before, it doesn't happen often. And I remember so many people thought Anthem, like this was going to be Anthem's story. It's going to be another Hello Games. They're gonna turn this whole thing around.
Why did you have to bring that game up, Cole? Oh my God. I forgot all about. I remember I was so hyped for that game. Like that game seemed like a dream come true. I'm
one
like
of the best E3 live demonstrations ever. Like
I'm Tony Stark, and this is BioWare. What? And then it wasn't. It just wasn't. Man, I totally forgot about that game. That game. I think like they dropped support of that game completely. So yeah, it's definitely not going to be an Anthem case scenario. I feel like this update has at least given it life. But it's up to them to see where that goes. I think that it's far from a finished product. And yeah, we have to see what happens with these expansions. And I want to point out the funniest comment I saw in here that is from Game Catharsis. There is no such thing as an obscene amount of dildos.
That's true.
I agree. Teach his own. Teach his own.
Hi, I'm Ben.
And I'm Sarah.
And you should listen to
What's New?
Nancy Drew.
Come get a clue.
Boop, boop, doo.
What's New, Nancy Drew is a weekly podcast where we recap the latest episode of the CW show Nancy Drew.
Yeah, so put your sleuthing brain on and join us for a good time.
So, what game doesn't have any dildos, as far as I know?
Yeah.
Horizon Forbidden West. As far as I know. It's rated teen, so I don't think we'll see any.
You didn't get that DLC launch edition code?
I won't get that DLC. So I think 3 of us have been playing Horizon. Does that sound right? So
I think so.
Me, Cole, Alfredo. I think Cole's put the most time into it. Cole, you start. How are you loving this game?
Yeah. Well, what are our hours count? I'm about 8-ish hours in, I believe.
Where are you, Alfredo? I mean, there's.
Well, I'm level. Maybe levels will help. I'm on level 10 quest, but I'm level 14.
Did you finish that quest, Death's Door? I think it's what it's called.
I can't remember. I think that's the one I'm on. I keep getting distracted by the side quests.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not even in the West yet.
I'm not either. I don't think. At 10 hours in.
Zero West. Zero West.
Zero West.
Surprisingly,
it's Zero West right now.
It's in the title. The West is forbidden. You can't go there in the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What were you thinking?
Exactly. True.
So yeah, I'm like 4 hours in, and I've been playing, and we lost him again. I've been playing all of the side quests that I can. So I'm probably could be a little farther out, but when it comes to open world games I enjoy, I'm doing all the side quests. So yeah.
So they made every single complaint I had with the original game. They've made it better. They've added way more towns. There's more towns and settlements in the first 2 hours of this game, the 3 hours of this game, than there was in the entire first Horizon.
Nice.
And if you remember right, like we had Breath of the Wild where you could climb everything, and Horizon where you could not climb anything. You could climb nothing in that first game. It was like this weird, awkward platform where you're sliding down rocks and jumping around. I haven't played it lately, so maybe Alfredo, you just replayed through it.
I finished Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one, a day before this one came out, because that's how I like to play these games where Last of Us 2 comes out, I'm finishing The Last of Us 1 right the day before, and then rolling right into the second one.
So you make
I'm
him
hot
speak
off
to a point I'm about to make. So and I wanted a glider, just like Breath of the Wild. We got it.
Hell yeah.
Which is a little underwhelming, but it's okay. Then we got what was another? The melee combat is better, and I wanted better melee combat. But the climbing, you can pretty much climb. It's very Assassin's Creed. You can pretty much climb anything that you think you would be able to climb.
You can
can't
climb
flat
most things.
surfaces.
You can climb most things.
If you think you could climb it, you can probably climb it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty awesome. Like,
But what's good is that they actually have a mechanic that you can scan the area and it shows you what you can actually climb, as
Yeah.
opposed to you just trying to jump on something and it's not climbable, and you had no idea.
Yeah, and it's shocking actually. Most of the time you use it, I see tons of stuff I can climb, which I would never have thought I could climb in that game.
Yeah, truth be told, I like this climbing more than even Uncharted's climbing, and I put Uncharted's climbing at the pinnacle of climbing games.
What?
I don't.
Yeah. In what world does Uncharted? It's got the worst climbing. It's so
You feel
Uncharted.
you
Uncharted's
feel
marked.
invested.
It's
you
marked.
feel invested.
don't.
Yeah, you do.
You sit
You're
there, you
watching a
scratch
movie.
your tummy, you're like, click X. It's come on.
This game's more like
What's the
Assassin's
best
Creed.
climbing then? What's the best climbing?
Breath of the Wild.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
Breath of the
no.
Here's the thing. I get what you're saying from gameplay wise. There's a lot of different, like with that stamina meter, there's a lot of different gameplay opportunities there. Like I do understand that. But I just have a lot more fun climbing in this game. Like it
Okay.
just feels better. How the dual sense feels in my hand when she hits a rock. And the dual sense, just the conversation about that with this game could be a podcast in and of itself.
Wait. I do have to counter the Breath of the Wild thing. Why should I be able to climb anything in the world? Anything. Like, no, that's not how real life works. You can't just climb anything.
Yes, you
a
can.
smooth-
Yes, you can, Alfredo.
Oh, you're telling me I can go up to this apartment wall and just start
Yes.
climbing it like I'm
Yes,
Spider-Man? No.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Alfredo, I have a question.
What?
Are you Link?
I got the shield and the hat, so maybe.
If you were Link, you could climb anything.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, let's get back to Horizon. It's stupid that you can climb anything. There, I said it. Anyway.
But I like this climbing better than even Breath of the Wild's climbing because there is a layer of you have to think about it. Like it's not just climb straight.
Yeah.
And you're up the mountain. It's like there are puzzles that you kind of have to figure out to get to places. So it's almost like a happy medium in between Horizon Zero Dawn's just, average climbing and Breath of the Wild's climb anything. I think it's a good medium in between those two things.
And a lot of the times they actually have branching climbing paths. So there's not just one way to climb to this one place, like Thomas is saying, but like you can climb all the way around and gain a strategic advantage, like high up against all of the enemies. Like you can plan your attack that way, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So, okay, the graphics are unbelievable too. Best graphics I've ever seen in a game.
Okay.
Ever.
Well, that begs the question. The most important question, gentlemen, we're going to be asked by anyone is, does Ally look like butt?
Oh, Alloy.
Yeah.
Aloy.
Aloy.
Put some respect on her name.
Well, me and Thomas were hating on her on our stream. We were talking about how big her face looked. Remember?
It wasn't her face. It was her cheeks.
Yeah, it looked
specifically.
Honestly, she looks the same, guys. I just played the first one, and she does look the same. She always looks that way. You
know what?
I was getting pissed.
My friend came over and she was watching me play, and she said something that I was like, okay. She's like, Nick, she has your same face. I was like, I just looked at her, I was like, no, she doesn't. And I was looking at her, I was like, oh, God damn it.
Side by side.
She has the fat cheeks and everything. I was like, God damn it. She does. It's like I motion captured for her. Like
I only play games with attractive main characters. That's why I only play Metal Gear Solid. It's the only game I play.
Fair point. Fair point.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
Especially two.
Especially two. Especially two.
No, especially four. Especially four.
Oh yeah.
So
President's pretty hot.
The scope of this game, though, when you get to a peak, it's bigger than Breath of the Wild. It feels bigger and more grand than Breath of the Wild.
What modes are y'all playing on?
Normal.
What's normal?
Performance.
Yeah.
I've switched because like the resolution mode, I wouldn't say it looks gap better, but it looks better. Like
I can't tell the difference.
I can't either, honestly.
I can tell slightly because performance mode, when you're moving, is a little blurry. Like a little blurry. Like when you're standing still, there's no difference. But when you're moving around, there is a little. And I saw the comment in the chat.
Yeah, this is a total aside, but I feel like we have to address it.
Yeah,
we got
this. I'm gonna kill Ocelot. I'm gonna marry Snake.
Yeah, that's
and
mine.
I'll copulate with Raiden.
Yeah,
I think everyone's got to marry Snake. I don't know. Does anyone disagree with marrying Snake?
I don't know who any of these people are because I never played this.
Oh, that's right. You never played Metal Gear.
I feel like 90% of the gaming community would have went with what Taylor just said.
I'm copulating Snake. I'm sorry.
I mean, you can do that when you're married.
You can, but I mean, one time's good enough for me. And
Who's gonna copulate Ocelot, marry Raiden, and kill Snake?
Well, Snake feels like a cuddler. He's gonna spoon you. That's what I feel.
That was a
great guy. I think Raiden. I think canonically, though, Raiden was the only one who ever got married.
That's true.
Isn't Raiden the cool one? I don't know anything about this.
Raiden's the pretty boy.
Cool. The cool robot, right?
He's the cyborg, yeah.
Everybody play Revengeance as soon as you can. Play Revengeance, our most underrated Metal Gear game.
It's
he said
Bayonetta.
Marriage is unlimited copulation.
That's the whole point. That's the best thing about it.
Oh man! All right, back to Horizon.
Anyway, yeah, this game that is innocent.
Okay,
as far as we know, there could be dildos.
So here's I'm gonna finish my thought. So the game's unbelievable, and for the first like 5 hours, I was thinking game of the year, so hyped on it. But I think I may be reaching a little bit of fatigue, like burnout. But I've played it so much in the past 2 days that I think that's kind of wearing on me.
See, that's what I was afraid. That's what I've been afraid of with it. Where I think I'm going to play this game a little slower paced. Like I'm still going to beat it within probably the next week or so, but I'm not going to marathon it. I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, because I'm starting to become. I'm kind of. Whereas I was thinking it was so new and different and amazing, I'm starting to fall into the side of the camp where this is more Horizon. And
that's a good thing.
We lost your audio.
Like the graphics are great, the combat unbelievable, but it just still I'm kind of starting to get a little bit down at the thought that oh man, this is just it is more Horizon. And whether it's bad or not, but
yeah, this is what I wanted though. Like I was anticipating it's going to be more Horizon, and that's exactly what it's like the opposite of Cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm. How is the main narrative? Because that was one of the things that was most surprising to me about Zero Dawn was how good that was.
Yeah, me too. That was shocking. Shockingly good.
Double is sci-fi. Like there's a lot more sci-fi.
It's awesome. It lives up to the first one.
For ill.
Is there?
Thomas, where are you? Wait, where are you? No, there is. I don't think y'all have gotten to this big key moment yet.
I'm saying what I'm experiencing and also what I've heard in reviews. Like it seems like they are going way more in the sci-fi.
They are for sure. I think y'all are right on the you're right there at about to get a big story moment.
From what I'm experiencing so far, it is a lot of sci-fi because I just played the first one. And that one is actually really, really sci-fi heavy, like more than I even remember it being. It
ends up there, but it doesn't start there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has it integrated throughout the whole time, actually. So
it hints at it, and then it opens up after you reach like one of those vaults in the first one.
It's surprising how much sci-fi is in the first one, to be honest. And with this one, the first thing I noticed was actually how much more they're doing with the tribes as opposed to the first one. Because with the first one, they didn't really touch story-wise on the many, many different tribes and their the politics of the different tribes. This one, they're going all into the politics of all of these different factions in the Forbidden West, in all of these different regions, and how Aloy can help them in their politicking or whatever you want to call it. So there's a lot of that, but there is also the sci-fi aspect, and honestly I would put it 50-50 at where I am right now, because I actually had to take a step back and I was like, okay, this is very politics wise, and
Yeah,
I don't
it
know
reminded me
if
of
I'm
Final
here for
Fantasy
that.
12. Like, even though Final Fantasy 12 was like so politic based, but it does switch. So where I'm at right now, I want to do nothing but mainline the story, because it gets, you're right there. I think you're on the mission where it starts getting really good.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it is really good, the side missions as well as the main story. I think the main story does a really good job at keeping you strung along to the next thing, but at the same time it kind of feels like this grandiose fetch quest where it's like, okay, we got to do this. Oh, the location move, we got to go here now. Oh, you can't go here yet because you have to do this. So it's a lot of, oh, do this, then this, then this, as opposed to it feeling more urgent. Like, this isn't, so far what I've experienced, this isn't like a Last of Us story where I'm super, super invested in the character of Aloy herself, super invested about everything about what's going on in the world. It feels much more like a playground to me, to be honest, because I am doing all of the side quests, because the side quests are actually really, really good. I would put it up there, honestly, with the Witcher side quest,
Yep.
where like, I definitely feel like whenever I come to one that I need to do this side quest because it's so fun, because this side story is so interesting. It's not just a fetch quest. Like, they have a mini storyline to it, and it's really enjoyable. And you get rewarded with different skill points or weapons or whatever it may be. Like, the side quests feel, to me, more
like-
fun than the main quest
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah,
because it's these
you
mini
mentioned
stories.
it. You mentioned it. Like, The Witcher 3, I feel, is the best comparison to this game.
Mhm.
Because I felt like with the first one, you could see that Witcher 3 is a much more expansive RPG than the first one. This one, it seems closer to The Witcher 3 in terms of everything you can do. I still think The Witcher 3 probably has it beat in the amount of side quests. But as far as like what I've heard and what I've seen so far, like, I do remember a point in The Witcher 3 where it's like, oh, there's just a shit ton of things to do now.
Yeah.
This one seems like it's getting there though. And I'm like, I
It
was
is.
not expecting it to be that expansive.
Mhm.
And so I'm actually like amazed. And the fact that it looks as good as it does at all times. Like, where you can just take a random picture at any point in the, like, I have the pause right here. I just pause it at a random point, and it looks like a screensaver. Like, I just paused the game at a random point. It just looks incredible, and I'm like, that's just it's impressive. Like, you would.
I was gonna say, to your point of looking incredible, like, walk around the towns, they're bustling, and like the tavern's just full of people and full of
Tavern
activity.
is so cool.
God,
Yeah.
it's awesome. It's awesome.
Also,
Feels next gen.
the one thing they changed from the first one that I appreciate. I don't know if how much Mass Effect everybody's played, but when you get into dialogue trees in Mass Effect, it literally is just the characters, like one or two characters standing and just talking to each other, and there's not like they're just moving their mouths. Essentially, like, that's always been a core of a lot of these like RPGs, especially these Western RPGs.
It was like that on Horizon 1, the first
Horizon.
Horizon.
1, it looked horrible to me. Like, that was a bad offender of that.
They did
where
away
it's just-
with it. It's gone. They don't do that anymore.
Every scene, like, my friend's watching and she's like, oh, what are you watching on Netflix? I'm like, oh, this is not Netflix. Like, this is a video game. Like, and like the attention to detail with every single interaction. Like, this game feels expensive as hell.
Yeah, the faces look so realistic. Some of like I was talking to like the cook in the tavern, and I was like, man, this looks like
I love him.
It was a real guy. It's crazy.
Yeah, every character, even like the characters you wouldn't expect to get that kind of treatment, they
Yeah.
all look the part. Like, nobody seems like, oh, the budget didn't go to. Like, I don't know if I play a lot of Spider-Man. Like, there's this little running joke, like, it's this like digitized pigeon that flies next to Spider-Man.
Oh, I've seen that.
And Spider-Man's like, oh, the budget didn't care about you, little pigeon. And that's in all these open world games where it's like the things that matter the most, like, look the best, and then everything else kind of looks whatever. This is the first open world game where everything just looks A1.
For the dialogue, can you guys tell if these scenes are motion captured or if they are hand animated or if they are dynamically generated
I think
stuff.
I think it's a mix of hand animated and dynamically generated
Okay.
because
So you can tell when it's like lip
Yeah.
flap kind of
Because when I
Okay.
think motion capture, I think like Last of Us 2.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's motion capture. I don't know if there's is there much motion capture
I
in
think
this?
that a
don't
lot
think-
of the motion capture comes in for the main story,
Yeah.
but not for the side quests.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's still very, very good and a step above.
I should clarify though, because there's clearly a lot of motion capture going on in just basic dialogue interactions in Zero Dawn, but motion capture refers to like the whole body.
Yeah.
What I mean is facial capture, where it's based on like a performance and they're getting the performer's face, face data so that they can animate off of that for a specific conversation. Usually in a game like this, you're not going to do that. When you have a regular conversation with a regular NPC, it's going to be dynamically generated. You'll have some motion capture animations to cycle through, so they'll be like, yeah, my wife said something about this, and then he'll like wave his hand. Like that'll be a motion captured animation that is available from a selectable list of stuff that the designer can do when they're creating the dialogue. But the face is like, oh, I'm in surprised mode now because the designer selected surprised mode for the line, and then it transitions to stern mode after I realize what is bad.
They definitely don't do that.
But then the lips are like, the lips are reading phonemes from the wave file that is recorded by the actor. So the actor's just in a booth and it looks like this. They've just got a microphone in front of them. So there's no facial capture whatsoever. So you're not getting any of what the actor's actual performance is, versus in the cutscene when they're like, they got the full suit on and they're in the studio and like the cameras are on them and all that kind of stuff, where it is their face, the animators are animating off of their face. So I'm wondering how much, like, did Guerrilla really go the extra mile and they made all of their little interactions hand animated or facial capture,
No,
or
I
is
think
their dynamic stuff just really, really good?
Now that you said that, I think the face stuff might all be motion capture.
I mean, it definitely looks good to the point where it looks motion capture, but I think there is a little bit of, maybe they do have an extensive list, because I've caught it a few times where Aloy in some of these side quests is like looking in a different direction instead of like the person when she really shouldn't be. So, but it's very, very slight and very minimal to the point where I'm like, well, everything else is so good about this animation that I don't really care about that little detail. So, yeah. A little bit A, a little bit B.
Yeah, one thing I thought was interesting, I watched the Digital Foundry video, and they said that this game might be the roadmap to how Sony releases like these games that are also coming out on PS4, because they equate the PS4 version. I played like a maybe tiny bit of it. I watched the first scene in it. They equated it to like a PC running at low settings, and they equate the PS5 to it running at high settings. And they're saying that it probably means that this game is already going to be ready for PC sooner rather than later. That's what Digital Foundry's like analysis of it is. And I thought that was interesting because I remember one conversation we've been having is whether these cross-gen games are holding the PS5 back graphically. And they're basically saying no. Gameplay wise, obviously there are things that, a PS5 exclusive game probably would be able to do. But graphically, it seems that they've like reached their peak. That's what Digital Foundry basically said. Like this game, and just looking at it, this is the most incredible game I've ever seen.
Me too.
It looks great. I do want to touch on just the overall setting of this game and what I expected, because I played the first one so I could compare to the second one. And it's kind of exactly what you guys said. I feel like I'm playing DLC for Horizon. Everything about this game is better. The gameplay is better. The bows are better. The abilities that you can, the skill trees, the way that you can now customize your armor and your weapons, like that is far beyond what I actually expected this game to
How about
be.
her movement? Is her movement better?
Her movement is pretty much the same, honestly. She feels the same to me. She doesn't feel more responsive. That it's 60 frames, but also the patch for PS4, which is what I was playing, was also 60 frames. So Aloy feels pretty much the same to me as she did. I think that's why it feels so much like DLC, because we're getting these not minimal improvements, but it feels like it's not, let's say, this God of War remake. I feel like this game is the same way I'm going to end up feeling about God of War Ragnarok, where, yeah, it's more God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, it's more Horizon, but it's not. The first one set such a high bar that it's hard for me to see, oh my God, this is amazing. It's a great game, and I'm loving every inch of it, but it does feel like I'm playing DLC with better mechanics of the first one.
This feels like from Uncharted 3 to Uncharted 4 for me, where the leap is substantial.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very substantial leap. Like, if you cut on that game if you cut on the original game and then you cut on this game, it's a world's difference in terms of how they look. And I think like for movement wise, I more side with Cole just based on the DualSense. Like, every step she takes, you feel on that controller. Every bowstring you pull and release, you feel it on that controller. So even though movement wise, like, it's similar to the first game, I think the DualSense like integration is up there with some of my. I think this is my second favorite behind Astro's Playroom.
For me, the DualSense is it's not as great as I thought it would be. For me, it's completely missable. Like, if I were to play this on PS4 without the DualSense, I probably wouldn't notice that much, honestly, because how they have done it, I guess they hyped up the DualSense integration with the bow. You'll feel every inch of it. I was expecting the DualSense integration to feel more like how Returnal did, where Returnal really made you feel like, yeah, this is something really incredibly special that only the PS5 DualSense could do. But it feels like with this one, with Horizon, as far as DualSense goes, for me, where, yeah, I feel the little pitter patter. I feel a little bit of tension, but it's nothing groundbreaking. It feels like I can do without these features, as opposed to it being actually something that is making this so much better. But that's just me.
Yeah, I feel like the DualSense for me, it disappears into the background and you don't really miss it until you don't have it. Because you're so immersed. I feel like you don't even really notice it when you're playing. But I think it is really good. I'm more side with Thomas on that. Now, I watched several spoiler-free reviews of this all week because I was pretty hyped, and several of them said that once you get past like the 10-hour mark, which is about where I'm at, the game really like. It really opens up and it feels like a sequel. They say that the first 10 hours or so feels like you're playing the same game, and then it opens up and it feels like a sequel. I don't think I'm quite there yet. And this is just pure speculation. I don't think I'm in the Forbidden West yet. I know Ben was saying that
I think we're at the same place, Cole. It
But
doesn't feel like the
Maybe we'll end the game in the Forbidden
No,
West. That's possible.
I think that about the 10-hour mark, I think something happens. You cross like a threshold, and like then you're in the Forbidden West. But boy, am I gonna be disappointed if I don't get there.
Nope, just the same.
I'm banking on that Forbidden West coming in and making this game phenomenal. I think I'm being a little hard on it though. The game is incredible. It's so fun to play, so pretty to look at. It's like it's addicting. I mean, this is like video games at the pinnacle, I think.
The game is very good. I'm being critical on it, but I do want to say this is a really big step up. One of the best things about this game is how they handle upgrading your weapons and how substantial it feels, because that basically you are crafting, you are getting parts from specific machines in order to upgrade certain bows or whatever equipment that you want to make. Like, crafting is really, really essential to the second game, whereas the first one you were more, okay, just craft some more arrows. You can't really upgrade bows or anything, but you can buy better ones instead, as opposed to having an actual upgrade process for them. And this one gives you that upgrade process. It gives you a reason, okay, hunt that specific machine to give you this specific part so that you can upgrade this or make this specific weapon. And it really does feel so rewarding rewarding. Like when I upgraded one of my starter bows that I'm still using right now having a maxed up upgrade, it feels so good.
It
And
feels like a Monster Hunter done like really, really good.
yeah,
the
it really
gameplay.
does. And
Yeah.
I can't understate how fun it is to take down these different machines. First, to scan them to see what different parts you can detach, break off, stuff like that. Stepping back a bit, this second game really highlights looking at a monster and seeing what different parts it composes of. The first one did this a little bit where, oh, you got to shoot off this part, you got to shoot off this part, but this one like amps up that by 10. You basically scan the machine and you can go into this little hologram where it's basically like, okay, these are the different parts of the machines. This is its this is it this. And with each part, it tells you, okay, this is breakable with this specific move. This gives you this loot if you break it off. If you keep it on, then you get this. Like it gives you a whole analysis of the machine and what breaking those parts off will deactivate for the machine so that it's easier to fight, or what moves break off basically. So it really rewards you for studying the machine and getting to know its move set and its specific parts. And in order to beat it effortlessly, these are the parts you need to break off, and these are the parts that you can gain if you do these specific things successfully.
It's nice. Why are we struggling with this? Like they have stepped the game up every possible way that I think that they could have, and up the ante. The story seems like it's going to be awesome again. But why are we struggling with the fact of it feels more of the same? Like I feel like we shouldn't be like that. But
we're only, I mean, the farthest is you, and you're only 10 hours. It's a 30-hour game.
Yeah.
You know, I played plenty of games where the first 10 hours feel, this is cool. And then like what defines the game is those remaining hours. So I think I've only heard in the reviews that the first 10 hours are a little much like Horizon 1.5. And then after that point, there's a certain point in the game that you're talking about where things get a little different and it opens up essentially.
Could it also be a bit of open world fatigue?
Yeah,
maybe this game is not
definitely for me
differentiating itself enough.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. See, and are we all talked about Breath of the Wild? I don't think the reason it's so good is not because the open world design is amazing. It's the sense of discovery. It's not having the things all over the map. And I'm so shocked that no other games took this from Breath of the Wild, because that was the best part of that open world, was the fact that there's not tons of icons. You actually have to go to it and see it happening. Like I hate that when I'm riding through in Horizon, there's an exclamation point 200 meters this way. I have to go over there, and then the little thing plays out where someone's getting hurt and all this stuff's happening. It would be so much cooler if that wasn't even there and I was just riding through and I see this happening. No marker, nothing. It's just happening in the world, you know?
Yeah.
Like these markers, all these markers flooding the screen. I was kind of hoping that Breath of the Wild will get rid of this. Now, I think Elden Ring has taken a clue from Breath of the Wild, and they're not going to have any. It's all going to be sense of discovery. You make your own map. Like Breath of the Wild, remember we marked our own map. You put your own markers down.
Maybe that's why I hated it. I need a checklist. I need things. I like the way that Horizon
you hated the innovation because I mean that because the Breath of the Wild, if it's nothing else, can you at least admit, Alfredo, that it's innovative as hell? Like there is no game that's like that. There's absolutely no game that's built like.
I feel like this needs to be a separate,
you know, how much
podcast episode. I do not think Breath of the Wild is that innovative. I really don't.
How much cooler would it be is if look, you're in a town and they're like, hey, look to the long neck, head northeast from there, and there were signposts, like actual real signposts that marked your way, so you could actually follow a trail and look at the actual signpost. It'd be so much more immersive. I know that maybe a lot of people would hate it, but to me, like, got to, you know, have confidence in the player a little bit.
Yeah, I think this game is built more like a Ubisoft open world than a Breath of the Wild open world for sure.
We'll just have to see how Kirby does with its open world. That's really going to be the test.
That's the one, yeah. That's the one.
I honestly can't wait. Is that March?
Yep, that's March.
Oh my gosh. It's part of the hurricane. It's part of the we're in the eye of the hurricane, y'all. So, any final thoughts on this game so far? Because I mean, I'm having a great time. I'm too early to really gauge what exactly like the big differences are between the first one. But right now it seems like just more Horizon,
Well,
and that's what I wanted. So
I will
far,
say
so.
there's a very big story reveal that y'all are about to see.
I
Pretty
hate
huge.
silence so much, just saying. But other than that, he's so annoying. I love the characters. I love the open world. If you love open world games and you love the first one, you should definitely get this one. I'm sure all of us will have much more to say once we finish the game. So maybe we can do a spoiler cast and then really get down to the nitty gritty of it. Because it would be exciting to talk about the actual story more than, it seems like a fetch quest by now, but hopefully we get those big story reveals. So
yeah, and
good
shouts
game.
out, shouts out Lance Riddick for being in 2 or 3 of our games. Getting that check. Shouts out. Now we have a mailbag coming in live. Cole, take it away.
Mailbag. You send it to me, Alfredo?
I sure can.
Okay.
Here's your mailbag.
Professional Tekken player Tanakana. Can you pronounce that, Taylor? Do you know?
Tanakana.
I'm from Georgia. We have a hard time with this stuff. Recently got fired from her esports team for claiming that men under 5'7" don't have human rights. Do you agree? How tall are you? Is there an equivalent height limit for women? Please answer this without getting canceled. Oh no.
Also, this question was from Danny DeVito Lover 59.
Wow.
Please answer this question without getting canceled. Well, the only way to answer that one without getting canceled is to not answer at all, I think.
Yeah, no comment.
I'm under 5'7". So
wait, is this real? Lightly. Did this really happen?
Yeah, that's real. 100% real.
This is a real, true story. True.
Yep. Yeah. She was streaming Tekken, I think. Crazy. And she, you know how Twitch streamers are. They're just making jokes. And she went, yeah, men under 5'7" don't have human rights. And I think it blew up a lot more than it needed to, because it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
No,
the funniest part of this would be if her boyfriend was under 5'7".
That would be pretty funny. Well, I think, see, the part of me wonders because she's a Japanese player. Part of me wonders because the average height in Japan is 5'7". Mm-hmm. Part of me wonders that the head of the esports team is 5'6" or something. He got real pissed off. He's like, I
have human rights.
I have human rights.
Wait, what's the average height in the U.S.? I'm curious.
5'9". 5'9".
Oh,
yeah.
Is it that tall? Wow.
Yeah.
I feel really bad now.
I'm sorry.
Let's ask the chat. We've all had this conversation. Let's ask the chat who they think the tallest out of all of us are.
That's a good question.
Who do you think is the tallest, chat?
It's probably.
Can you guess?
Ben. He's got those Nordic genes.
People are saying it's Ben.
It's
Ben. They're correct.
It's Ben.
Why is it so obvious?
Ben's 7'2".
Yeah.
He's like Larry Bird.
But as we mentioned before, I can still kick Ben's ass probably, so it's fine. Even though
Duke
I'm
of martial arts.
It's true. You are the Duke of martial arts.
It's fact.
Called him Larry Bird. Oh my god, that's great. That's the content we need.
Larry Bird or Big Bird? I'm not sure.
A little bit of both.
Probably the same height, right?
Yeah, probably the same guy. We never saw them in the same place.
That's true. That was a side job.
It was a side gig. NBA wasn't enough for him.
This is a crazy question.
Yeah,
this is a crazy question. I didn't know this happened. I mean, I can't say I feel bad for her for getting fired for saying
I
that.
do.
That's pretty disparaging.
I feel pretty bad because it's just a joke.
Yeah. I feel like it's a joke that just they took too seriously.
Let's be fair. There are streamers in the U.S. who have made much worse jokes, looking at PewDiePie, and never got canceled. I think PewDiePie was living in the U.S. He may have been UK at that point, but come on.
I don't know.
Don't talk about people's height, y'all.
I hate when people say something in jest and they just get absolutely drilled over it. And this girl's career is probably ruined over this. Sucks.
Well, she was a Tekken streamer, so it probably wasn't going great. But
Now, if she said something like, if she said something else, like I don't know, but this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, there's a part of the question we haven't answered. Is there an equivalent height limit for women? We kind of skated by that part.
I like that you gulped. You had a really big gulp right there. Is there?
No
Yeah,
comment.
is there
over 6'2"?
What?
6'2"? Why 6'2"?
I want my.
I like some shorter women.
Did you say Oprah?
Over.
Oh, I thought you said like Oprah. I'm like Oprah's not like 6'2".
You might have a whole bunch of WNBA women at your door. Like,
Right,
what,
exactly.
Cole?
That's okay. No one will see him coming because no one watches the WNBA.
I watch the layup sometimes.
Ooh. All right, settle down, kids. Settle down, kids.
I like WNBA. I do, but
good for them.
All right. Any other thoughts on this funny question?
You can also write into the Dukes of Gaming, and if you want your silly or serious question answered, so just putting that out there.
Oh, Game Catharsis actually says something I forgot about. The most fucked up movie I've ever seen on Netflix is a movie called Tall Girl. Have any of y'all seen this movie?
I know Tall Girl 2 is out because that's what keeps appearing on Netflix now.
Yes.
That's all I know.
No, Tall Girl 1, like, essentially is about this girl who's like, she feels insecure about her being tall. She wants to find somebody that likes her. And this guy that likes her, she's like kind of just curving. Like, she's like, nah, like, I want somebody else. But it's like,
is he short? Is that why?
He's shorter than her.
Is he under 5'7"?
I don't think he's under 5'7". He's not. She's like, I think she's like 6'3". She's pretty tall.
That's fine. I like my big mommy giantess to step on me. So
me too.
What is it? The lady? What's the girl?
Lady Dimaristu or whatever.
Yeah,
that's how you need.
Dimitrescu.
Dimitrescu. You know, it's yeah.
Whether you're tall or you're short, you can be a fan of the Dukes of Gaming.
You all have human rights here.
You have human rights here. Join us in chat. Post in the chat. We answer questions live. We do this every single Saturday. This has been the Dukes of Game podcast. Watch us on YouTube. Watch us live on Twitch. Listen to us on all your favorite podcast services around the whole globe. And we'll be coming at you next week with some fresh takes. No
rights for Ben.
I don't know why Ben lost his rights, but you know, it is what
He's
it is.
too tall. He's too tall.
He knows what he did.
We're in the eye of the gaming hurricane. So come if you want to get your thoughts on hear your thoughts on the best gaming news, come here to the Dukes of Gaming. We'll see you next week. I bid thee farewell.
Hey, Elden Ring launch party.
Yes.
Be there. So Thursday night midnight.
I'll be there to hate.
Yep.
So we're Alfredo, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, I'm playing the game. I'm playing.
Right, so I'll be there to hate. Everybody else will be loving it. So join us for that. And if that's all that needs to be said, I bid everybody farewell. Have a good one.